Alright, good morning, everyone. Mm, just over here finishing up. We'll probably set about to finish. Um, we'll probably set about to finish Cyberpunk today. Mm, maybe watch something nifty. Uh, man, I can't hear shit. It's funny because if I'm not streaming, I'll just be watching videos and playing Cyberpunk, so like the
Hey, everyone.
game
Welcome
will
to
just
Info Flash.
almost perpetually be
So,
at
y'all lost
0.
power yesterday, too? Yeah, when the lights went out, there I was cooking dinner. Oh, well, if we're getting specific, I was nuking a half-eaten burrito I found wedged in my couch cushions. Yeah, I know I shouldn't have. After all, I heard microwaves zap out all the nutrients. But hey, it kills the cockroaches, too, so, you win some, you lose some.
Gross.
Anyway, what was I...
Alright, back to the main quest.
I do not understand. Does Arasaka not have enough of its own people?
Look around, sir. Things are heating up in the city. Zoots know one spark's all it takes for Japantown to go up in flames.
Riots are always best put down by folks not sporting your brand name.
Ah, you are here.
Goro, good to see you.
As it is to see you, V. I acquired some information of my own. Do you know who most wish to honor Arasaka-sama with the parade? His murderer. The irony makes me sick.
Yorinobu's a smart little muffin, putting on the parade to show off his attachment to Arasaka, its values, and to solidify his legitimacy.
He is shrewd. I will not deny that. Japanese heritage is one element. Yorinobu will also put on a display of power. The floats are sure to be beautiful, but the wizened eye will see in them a hidden message to his foes.
What message would that be?
I am here, Gumindomo. Watch your backs.
Not one for subtlety, is he? Still don't see how this gets us anywhere.
I have had an idea. Look to the sky. The dash floats will pass precisely this way. If I could just get onto Hanako-sama's float, I could speak with her in private.
Get there how?
Why jump? Of course.
Expectations way too high, Goro. Couldn't pull that off even if you still had your fancy implants.
I have thought of a solution. While you are occupied with your shady dealings, I learned more about the floats. They are all kept in one place, Arasaka Industrial Park. It is there that they prepare them. We need only to break into the compound, find the right float and inject a virus into its system. You will then be able to disable any security before I sneak inside.
Lots of ways to skin this particular cat, you know. Gonna need...
I know what you need. It is taken care of. I have an infected shard. It was not cheap, but the man who sold it to me guaranteed it will work.
Where'd you get this shard?
Across the canal.
Kabuki. Might actually be half decent soft then. And if it isn't, got a few tricks up my sleeve too.
This is good to know. Let us move on. To take control of the float is one thing, but not all. The security concerns me, the snipers especially. I will be an easy target. But I may have an answer. Okada-san mentioned the city cameras. If we gain access to them, we will see exactly where the snipers are. You can deal with them as I advance. Do you have what they call ADD?
Yes, motherfucker, I do have fucking ADD. I've done this mission like a million times.
Shall we continue?
Sounds like a plan.
You agree just like that? The risks are considerable.
Yeah, well, getting more and more used to that.
And now, what would you say to a small test? We must try the shard. The camera control room is in front of us. You must get inside and infect the network. That is all.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, you'll do what? Crack open a can of suds?
I will not touch alcohol. At work, I will watch your back. Now, get to it.
Fucking worked.
And
Done. System's ours.
the shard works. Good. The easy work we have done. To break into Arasaka Industrial Park will not be such a bed of roses.
Wish we had his eyes look so cool. His dad is gay as hell, but those eye implants, man. The blue eyes, shit.
Sit. I have not eaten since anything that isn't local, please.
See you tomorrow.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this Sokka scum might actually prove useful. He's a well-trained dog. Needs orders, that's all. And when he outlives his purpose, we'll flatline him.
He's not on his A game, sure. But even without implants, he could decommission us easily.
Where's that come from? Ever seen him in action?
No, just no. From the way he walks, look in his eye.
We'll come back to this later.
What is this?
Hey, yakitori.
Okay, I have laid the plan. 1. We break into Arasaka Industrial Park. 1.5. We hack Hanako-sama's float. 2. During the parade, with my help, you eliminate any snipers. 3. I get onto the float. 4. I convince Hanako-sama of the truth.
Well, sounds like a suicide run, but done dumber shit than this, so...
Things even more stupid than stealing from Arasaka.
None dumber yet, no. Set the bar pretty high with that one.
Now, we part. Reconnaissance is required.
What are you doing? Don't let him off his leash. Let him stray even a couple of feet, and you can say goodbye to his fucking honor.
Got enough on my plate as it is. I'll let you handle that.
So I shall.
Cook! Louder! Louder!
To double the
Yorinobu.
amount of our
In the
active
flesh.
city security forces. President Myers has called
He
this a
eliminated the
breach
last
in the
obstacle
Army of
between
War.
himself and
Provocation
complete
targeted
power.
the NUSA
They
and military.
Surrendered it to him.
Tell me then, what do we call the murder of my father? Was that not a provocation? Was that not a...
Arasaka, an empire built to last. Before Yorinobu set fire to it from the inside, all of this began with him. The factions, power struggles, all of this. Ksa!
Old man's death must have really fed the flames between the different factions.
That is exactly what happened.
And what's the balance of power look like now?
Kiji longs for stability. The old order. They are
The
united
fuck is
behind
that?
Hanako-sama. The liberal wing, Hato, support Michiko-sama, Saburo's granddaughter. I know little about her. And then there is Taka, treacherous dogs, who support Yorinobu. Not to mention even smaller factions.
Tell me about him some other time. Why'd Saburo tolerate it all? Can't get my head around it. Could've kept his son on a short leash.
Arasaka-sama was a strong and disciplined man. The strongest man I have ever known. And yet, at a critical moment, he showed a weakness.
For Yorinobu.
For his daughter. When Yorinobu formed his band of hounds, declared war on his own family, Arasaka-sama could have crushed him with one word. Yet he did not, for he did not wish his daughter to suffer. When Yorinobu returned, his tail between his legs, she persuaded her father to give him a second chance. Do you understand? Hanako-sama saved Yorinobu from the consequences of his deeds.
Wait, think she's complicit in Saburo's murder?
I think we are all to blame. We allowed ourselves to be tricked. But we will correct this soon. Time for some reconnaissance. Wait for my call.
Remember to take only certified neuroenhancing supplements. Some parts of the brain are irreplaceable.
Ever wanted to know what the moon tastes like? Try moon cheese. Made right here in orbit.
Why am I still being blocked?
Don't be fooled by foreign propaganda. Get the latest, trusted scoop on Night City only on N54 News.
Okay, let's try. Today, home. Come on. What's the matter? Wait, what's going on?
It's nothing.
Okay, except nothing I can do if you don't tell me.
Guess that's that.
Oh man, you're screwing with my head.
There's that tone. Yelling comes easy. Taking me out somewhere? That fucking board is on the impossible.
I am not
Hey, ten
yelling.
cuidado.
Said yourself, we got everything here. Tombs, stores, eateries.
And that's all you ever dreamed of. Okay. Good to know.
Oh, fuck. I'm like stuck. It's not letting me attack or do anything. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck?
You forgot to spit on me.
What? It won't let me climb this. Maybe killing ourselves will do it. We might have to like fully exit the game and come back. What the fuck? Okay. We're gonna exit this. We're gonna exit the game fully and come back.
Say, did y'all lose power yesterday too? Yeah, when the lights went out, there I was cooking dinner. Well, if we're getting specific, I was nuking a half-eaten burrito I found wedged in my couch cushions. Yeah, I know I shouldn't have. After all, I heard microwaves zap out all the nutrients. But hey, it kills the cockroaches too, so, you know, you win some, you lose some.
What the fuck? I miss not being able to message, or I miss having Twitter, or having a actually operable Twitter, because I just see dumb shit on memes all day. I see dumb shit from a meme website that I have, and I just really want to fucking comment. Also, I'm fucking stuck in an endless hell loop. What the fuck is going on? I mean, just wait a day. Maybe that'll do it. Nah, I'm still blocked from doing anything. Let me try getting in a car, I guess? Okay, that didn't work. Let me try going to a Ripper Dock. I'm trying to find if there's like a character, if there are instances that'll reset the character. And maybe that'll fix us, but oh, I'm not going there. Not going. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there are instances that reset our character state. Maybe swapping out some stuff at the Ripper Dock will reset us? Question mark? Ah, what the fuck? It's still broken. Damn, dude, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, let's try to fast travel.
The rest will stay here in camp. While patrol is every half hour, reporting directly to me.
Are we preparing for a visit from Biotechnica?
V, you're here.
What is he doing here? I forbade you from even breathing on that Militech convoy, so you call in your friend? To do it all behind my back? Is that it?
Uh-huh. That's exactly why I had V come and stand right in front of you. Do you think I'm that stupid?
I am starting to wonder.
Damn it to hell, Saul. Are you seriously considering letting that basilisk slip through our fingers?
I am.
But a chance like this.
A chance at what? Rotting up the job we came here to do? We're pissing Militech off, so they hammer us into the dirt right here.
Shit! Pan Am, can you please tell him?
I've already tried. Let it go, Mitch.
The Biotechnica people will be here in an hour. Try not to cock anything else up before then.
I can't believe it. Look, there he goes, off to paint the grass green.
Thought the Biotechnica contract had withered and died.
Saul insists we see it through to the end. To prove the Aldecaldos keep their word.
Crop protection! Who gives a damn about crop protection? All Saul is going to prove is that a corp can walk all over us, and we'll say thank you and ask for more.
What's this basilisk nonsense?
It's an armored Militech cargo panzer. Junk from back in 2060 or so. They want to peddle it off to a backwards country, somewhere it can still pass as a technological wonder.
The Militech convoy will take the 101 right past us. Shame not to say hello.
Is this basilisk worth another fight with Saul?
Yes, a craft like that would finally put us back on the right path.
The family is falling apart. If we fall into this Biotechnica rut, no one will ever take us seriously again.
Okay, so you do want to go behind Saul's back, and drag me here specifically for that.
Cassidy, Ted, Carol, and Bob, also on board.
Remember a while back, told me to give you a solid kick in the pants if I saw you diving in the stupid pool again.
I do, yet that was before our tandem raid on the Raffen camp. I believe you lost your opportunity there.
Nope, different that. Rescue mission. Someone from the family. Now, you're out to plain trick 'em.
If you plan to lecture me, you can damn well go right now.
And you plan to grab the basilisk how?
Thanks, V.
Haven't said I'd helped just yet.
Okay, let's go talk to the rest.
I can never say no to Pan Am.
So, just the 4 vets on board with the plan. Nobody else?
We didn't bother asking the others.
There was too great a risk someone would take it to Saul.
Besides, only the vets understand what we have to gain by having a basilisk.
Sounds pretty risky to me.
On the contrary, easy as pie. There won't even be much security on the convoy. Plus, we'll be doing our part towards furthering the cause of world peace. Why should this beast wind up being used in some little third world skirmish?
Did you try to get Saul on board again?
Right here in
No
America.
luck, huh?
No. Okay, everyone listen. Militech will transport the basilisk in parts distributed across 2 trucks.
Wait, do I sense a quiver in your voice?
Fuck you! The convoy will halt at the railroad crossing on the 101. We'll attack from behind, then get the hell out and away. Questions? Comments? Motions?
Nice job, Sunshine.
Mm-hmm. Damn short, sweet, and pertinent. None of
Pan Am's got a beef with Saul, I know. But you guys...
Few years back, nobody would have given corporal work a second thought.
We want a good name. We just need good gear and good jobs. And Saul would see that if he pulled his head out of his caboose once in a while.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, thanks. First, we'll ride to the station. The train engine we need to block the convoy's way is there. Are you riding with us, or will we meet you there?
Riding with you.
Excellent. Let's get going.
See?
Want to see what you got in stock.
Shake in that voice.
Only the baddest firearms in
not.
all the Badlands.
Come on.
Isn't that why you're back?
Get your hands. Clammy too.
Screw you.
But are you sure you didn't leave any tracks? Militech won't notice a thing.
Are you trying to insult me, Bobby?
Okay, okay. Forget I even asked.
Let's go.
Nobody's gonna notice you gone back at camp?
Saul has no wish to see us there anyway. The better to make a good second impression on the Biotechnica suits.
Your sour faces wouldn't help much.
Indeed, they would not. We have arrived.
Big bastard.
You like it so much, maybe we should just hijack the train. Let the Basilisk go on its way.
Yeah, then just drive this beast to the 101. There and back.
Saul would be on board with that. Are we ready? Okay. The Militech convoy will be traveling from Night City to the base where they're due to meet the buyer. We will stop it at the railroad crossing.
All we have to do is shove this beauty in its way.
V, any questions? Okay, let's get to work. That was quick.
Thank God I don't have eye tracking on.
The stairs it is, then.
Oh.
Do you need a light?
Well done. Thanks, boys.
I
I've always been fond of trains. And the stations where so many tracks converge.
Junctions.
Yes, those. When you see them from above, you feel...
Free. Like you could set off on 1,000 journeys all at once.
perhaps more simply, hopeful.
Fucking autistic confirmed.
Okay, here we are. Carol! What are we looking for?
Punch cards.
What cards?
Oblong cards. Pose in rows and columns.
Would you help me look?
Sure thing. Well, well, well. Got something.
Good job. Carol! We have a card! What now?
You have to put it in the reader.
Well, the card. In the reader?
Here goes nothing.
It worked. Come look.
Little engine that could.
V, I wanted to speak with you.
Oh shit.
Missed you. Pretty bad.
Oh, well, this means... Oh, wait, just wait. This is not how we usually talk.
No time like the present.
Okay, go ahead. That was a joke. Listen, V, I believe I know where this is going.
And not to your liking?
No, it's not that. I also wish to talk about it, just not so openly. My plan was to tiptoe around, test the waters, then retreat back into my shell.
Sounds like a plan. What went wrong?
It seems you saw right through me.
Didn't have a clue how you'd react. You're not the only one shooting in the dark.
I would not want to cock this up.
So far, so good, champ.
Because I've kept my mouth shut up to now. The thing is, I usually act before I think.
Uh-huh, noticed.
I know. But I also need impulses to act upon. When I do something spontaneously, I feel I'm being honest. Yet with you, I prefer to play it safe.
Don't feel any impulse at all right now? Shame. Was hoping you did.
I do. But I fear I'll do or say something foolish and be left alone in the desert. I would rather keep you close. If only as a friend.
Try following the impulse next time.
Okay. Well, in any case, you've been warned. All right. Let's rejoin the others.
Convoy. Got eyes and ears on it?
Yes, Carol checks their communication channels from time to time.
Oh.
Everything is proceeding as planned. For now.
Okay, we've made some progress. We have our bat out.
Our biz won't settle itself.
Fuck, I just want to see if I can swing. Okay, I can quick hack again.
We could still
Sit your ass down a minute, honey. And breathe.
Everything's under control.
The convoy is already heading on way.
Alright, we're back in business.
Hurry up and wait then.
You're acting spooked. As if you're the first person ever to stand up to Saul.
Oh, save your breath. I don't need to be consoled. Was it someone I know?
New. Scorpion.
You came home from the war, head full of new ideas, and a host of new contacts.
He tried to get Saul to lead us in joining Snake Nation. It would make us stronger, he said.
I don't think he peeped a word of it to me. What did Saul do?
Saul dressed the guy down head to toe for messing with the family. Hell, he didn't send him on any jobs for a year.
Gee, really consoling. Thanks.
You said yourself you didn't need any.
I'm gonna try and get some sleep.
Okay, it'll be quite some time before the convoy comes through.
Growing kinda cold out here.
Not true. But this is nice.
Catch some shut-eye with me.
I'll just lie here a while, by your side, gazing at the stars.
Is that another area of your expertise? Got maps of the heavens in your library, too?
Of course. That's the Big Dipper. And do you see the small flickering star to the right?
Yeah.
You do? Oh dear. That means there's some major leak.
Not the dad jokes.
Good night, V.
Fucking retard.
Okay, here they come.
Is everyone ready? Let's ride, V.
All these updates, right? No new game plus, bug fixes, adding new features and all that shit. And then we still run into a fucking game-breaking glitch that makes it to where we can't... where the game acts as if we're still in a cutscene. And I have to go to another cutscene to break out of the previous cutscene.
Get her up to speed.
They're going faster than we thought. I don't know if we can catch them.
Uncouple one of the cars. It'll speed you up. V, no coming and hauling. Take out that coupler. V, shoot out the damn coupler.
I just did. What the fuck?
Surround them as soon as they're cut off.
Okay. Trust your own yours, boys.
Move that ass, steady boy.
4, no, 5 vehicles. No, it's blocked. We need a new route.
It's not letting me. It's not letting me out. What do you mean? What do you mean? What?
All right, the train's leaving. You'd better move.
What do you mean? Come on, V, bro. I just took them all out.
Okay, let's go. Ready to roll. Fuck! It worked! Woohoo!
Of course it did. Just as I said it would.
How's it going there, V? Did you have fun?
Sure did.
Just be happy you won't be around to put the hunk of junk together. The real fun is just starting with Mitch and Teddy.
Okay, just lost the Militech channel. The suits finally realized someone was listening and changed the codes.
Perfect timing, if you ask me.
I can talk to him if you want.
No, thank you. I'll take care of this myself. So it begins.
What's the meaning of this?
Exactly what you see. The Basilisk.
All I see is two trucks with giant Militech logos on them. Fuck, Panam, you can see them from miles away. You think we don't have problems enough on our hands? The Raffens could rear their heads at any moment. And now we have Militech to worry about, too.
Stop it! Fuck! Just shut up already!
Do you want to serve corporations forever? Fine, go right ahead. In that case, we'll leave the Basilisk as a souvenir of what this family used to be. Or you know what? Maybe next time we're attacked, we'll be able to fight back!
As soon as I'm done with Biotechnica, we call a family meeting to discuss this. Discuss you. Till that time, I want these trucks out of my sight.
And the Basilisk? Can we put it together?
Do what you want. Just get out of my sight.
Bob, Mitch, you two take the trucks around back. We need to unload.
Sure, but then what do we do with them?
Oh, I've got an idea.
You just actively assisted with the usurpation of a clan. Where'd Saul go? Can we go talk to him after we've just royally fucked him in the ass and basically made him look like a punk bitch in front of his whole clan?
You're about to know my wrath.
You hear about Santiago? Used to be a nomad, long time ago.
Ever heard of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Why is folks suddenly recollecting Santiago?
Friend of mine did a job with him once.
That's one old friend you got. He's a legend, all right. Wouldn't say he was my role model, but, well, he was the man for his time and place.
You don't think he was all he was cracked up to be?
They say he was a big city nomad, best of both worlds. Except there ain't no such thing. You're either loyal to your family, or you ain't.
Doesn't loyalty to your friends count for something?
Maybe it does, but then you end up like Santiago. He snuffed it because some lunatic wanted to blow Arasaka to smithereens. What a friend.
Damn.
Look what I found. Wow. Whose was that?
Hey, V, come here.
A little closer now.
I don't want to do this mission. Okay, we're gonna go back to the city. We're gonna go to go do this. Because I do not want to do a Bill Jablonski side quest, and I don't want to do. So I want to do the Don't Fear the Reaper ending, and to get that ending, we just need to do the. We just need to do Pan Am's side quests, and then we need to do Rogue side quests. We don't have to do the Carry Uridine one. Maybe we do, just to get the affinity higher. Shit, I didn't think about that.
urgent situation in Westbrook.
Roger, dispatch. Don't they got corp security there? Fine. On our way.
Based. Shut up.
High voltage, 89.3 radio Vexelstrom.
Oh. I think I'm gonna beat this game with this character and then make a cyber psycho build. Sandevistan, Mantis Blades, super high tech, super high reflexes. Basically just make a mentally ill fucking weirdo. Make him like a homeless person. Like the guy that kills Ryan. I think I'll do that right now, actually. Oh. Why is it not letting me save right now? Oh shit. Hold on, I think God just put a fucking... Hold on. I think God just put a little treat in my lap. I'm gonna start a new character. I'm gonna start the Psycho character real quick, but I think... I think YouTube just gave me the video of... I think YouTube just gave me the video of Vaush acting stupid. We want Psycho. Just had a phenomenal idea. Patrick Bateman-esque fucking cyber psycho. Oh wait, wrong one. Hold on. You smell like shit, Al. Little itty bitty beady eyes. Hold on. So I had to pull up a full side profile of Christian Bale. Okay, let me see. No. Kind of, but we need a little bit more of a curvature at the end. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's it. Okay. You smell like shit, Al. You reek of shit. Okay. Eyebrows. Like that. Eyes. I think eyes are about as close as we're gonna get. Mouth looks pretty okay. Jawline. It's a little bit more curved than this. No. 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 Kind of. Okay, maybe 5. Hold on. Ooh, wait, maybe 8. Oh, I need to get rid of this fucking... I need to get rid of this hair. Hold on. Okay. So, 8. If there was a little bit more curve on the chin... Okay. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, 11. Ooh, 12 is actually a bit better. Okay, 12. I think this might be it. 16. Okay. I'm stuck between 12. Go with 12. Okay, ears. Okay, ears are pretty good. You smell like shit, Al. Cyberware. We'll put gold on him. No, he wouldn't want to he wouldn't want to disfigure his face. Yeah. Okay. Here's our Patrick Bateman cyber psycho. You reek like shit, Al. Okay. Then while I'm getting this character started up, I think that God.
Konpeki Plaza heist. Supposed to transform your life, wasn't it? Mark the beginning of the end instead, huh?
What's up, baby girl?
Both the Emperor, lowly Haywood Palm.
Not the voice, don't do it. Is this really your normal talking voice?
It's 4 a.m. and I live with my family. Yeah, that's my normal voice now.
How's college coming along?
Pretty good. Graduated about, 7 days ago.
Wow, what'd you get your degree in?
What is this vocal fry shit?
Just an associate. Are now rather rampant on the internet. They used to be an invisible minority.
Yeah, but I mean, I know we disagree a lot on this, but I do think that those issues get hijacked by some really fucking crazy people sometimes, which makes it out to be a lot worse. And I feel like with the right explanation, I feel like pretty much anybody should be able to see, like, okay, well, you know, trans people are really fucked, which they are, more so than probably any other disparaged group at the moment that I can think of. And, you know, like, we need to do some shit to, you know, kind of help them out and be bros, you know? But the way that it comes across so much, like, there's so much stupid shit, and I feel like the athletic thing is, like, one of those things. I feel like if I had the opportunity to talk to somebody about an issue like this, like, I could make them see that, like, hey, like, being transgender is really fucking shitty. Because there are a lot of people, there are still, this might blow your mind, but I have a very conservative mother, there are a lot of people that think that transgendered people just choose to be a different gender. They're like, oh, they just want to be a guy, like, oh, they're just choosing to be transgender. Which, if you're not fucking retarded, like, you know is the stupidest fucking thing in the universe, right? What?
Word choice. But yeah, no. Remember when you once told me you probably read shit Reddit says more often than I do, and I probably read men's rights more often than you do?
Yeah, sure.
I know plenty about what conservative people think of trans people. And it's pretty disgusting. Yeah, no, they get dealt a shitty hand. It's not, their problems aren't entirely social. But we have to remember that much like,
I don't think, fuck, I don't know if this is it or not.
I'm beyond the days where I think the feminist movement is some enlightened.
Tell me.
We do. You just got DP, dude. Send Skype too. And you can read into that whatever.
God, I miss this version of League.
The description that I provided is accurate. So just hit it when you're done with your League game. But the point that I'm making, Steven, is that it's not everyone being a rapist or everyone being a pedophile. It's just these subtle nuances that get picked up and upvoted time after time again. I mean, how can you blame people for thinking Reddit got a really shitty user base after Reddit literally caught on fire 2 days ago? After a subreddit which existed for the sole and only reason of despising fat people.
Do you understand why a lot of people are mad?
Because they're stupid.
You're not making. You need to make it good. This is something that I have to do with my mom a lot, and this will help you. This is one of the reasons why you could never like change my mind. Okay, I'm not. Okay, first of all, it sounds like you condescend me every time you say my name, but the reason this is really important. You don't. You're really bad at doing this. Okay, so fuck you. Okay, you need to understand why people that disagree with you disagree with you. Okay, the reason why people
disagree with me.
Why?
There's a
Okay.
complex series of interrelated social and cultural.
No. Why do you think people are mad? Tell me if you think why people are mad about the whole fat hate thing getting...
Are you asking me if I'm capable of empathy?
Sure. Empathize with your opponent, sure. I don't even want you to be apathetic, I just want you to be rational. Tell me why you think...
I'm not an irrational person.
Okay, then tell me. Go, tell me. Fourth for banning this up is why people are mad, which I can understand. Let's say that Reddit had an admin that you're like... What number does it become unacceptable?
Do you think I know that? And second question, is it relevant?
Yes, it's very relevant. Specific thing we're talking about.
I'm not baiting you, dude. I'm honestly curious. Just, I want to know. I used to have views that I disagree with. Now I'm just curious. I'm asking.
Fuck me, I don't think this is it, man.
Argumentative way.
Which is a problem.
We can talk that way.
Objectively retarded people cannot understand that. This is level 5 autism.
We can.
Their helmet seems tiny.
No, there's a voice.
Yeah, sorry. So what? I don't know. There's just something. It would depend on the topic. I don't want to go into all of this right now.
Oh my god.
That's too much, dude.
I was genuinely not sarcastically happy when I heard that.
I know, but like me diving into this would be like a whole other huge.
I've been learning more about socialism lately. Econ has never been my focus of study. I've always just loosely identified as left of center. But now that I know more about socialism, I found it really fascinating, and I wanted to know what your perspective was on it. I'm sure it's a subject.
So all of those things are true. So I think that it's okay to have the position to say
but we
that.
can add a couple facts. Also know that extensive exposure to hormone therapy significantly.
But we wouldn't say 100%. We don't know that.
This isn't it. Fuck.
I've been kind of go all the way into that.
Sure.
But
because there's like competing, because when you get into like competing economic factors, it would be disingenuous for me to pretend like I could accurately
trade to involve exploitation of one of the agents involved. That's like a hard fact right there. That's
well,
like
it depends on how you define exploitation. Depends on how you define exploitation. That you could define it in such a meaningless way that I would.
Oh, fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you. I thought they would have it, dude.
You know exactly what I mean. We know that those things are true. So
that's an important distinction.
Okay. So we know that those things are true. So I think
Ugh. Damn it all to fucking hell. We're never gonna find it. It's been scrubbed from the internet. I kind of want to see what this is about. What the fuck is this?
2.5 years ago, I released Vaush is Unironically Evil, which has come to be known as the definitive Vaush hit piece. If you include the re-uploads, it has almost 2 million views, and it generated an incredible amount of like drama and discourse at the time, and that's what I wanted to talk about today. I wanted to go over all the different drama that resulted from this video, and then go over the video itself and talk about which arguments I thought were really effective, which arguments I thought, could have been improved, and how I would do things differently if I remade the video today. And the first thing to talk about...
I'm not watching that. I'm sorry, but I love Doomermedia just because that Vaush piece is so fucking good. We might actually watch that piece today because I really don't like Vaush. But, no, we need 20 in tech. We need 20 in technical. I don't know how to explain this. I need to really consider my words here.
Looking to get...
Hey, what's up, Jones? How's it going, bro? Doing alright. Trying to find this clip that I think the internet has like completely fucking scrubbed from existence. Damn, I need more cash. I need 7. Making a cyber psycho character, and I modeled him after Christian Bale from American Psycho. Basically just Mantis Blades, 20 technical, 20 reflex, and then just dump whatever points are left into everything else. What video?
Looking to get you.
Don't start, all right? What if I'm not the one who's gone?
I got 2 video ideas that I actually want to watch with you and Ed. I don't even remember that one. Maybe we'll go looking for it someday. I got 2 video ideas that I want to throw at you, Jones. How long are you going to be here for?
Looking to buy. Looking for a change.
What the fuck? Where's V's office attire? Alright. We have on the docket. They're, funnily enough, they're actually both right there on the screen. We've got the absolute annihilation of Sneeko. I wanted to watch that with Ed. And then we've got Vaush is unironically evil. I've seen both of these. Why is this not letting me put on my jacket? Do I need to wear my jacket? Look at that. Look. Okay, let me change into my jacket. Why is it not letting me put on my jacket? That's fucking weird. Okay, whatever. Fuck it, I guess. We'll just wear this for now. Anyway. So we've got Vaush is unironically evil, which I love the video just because I really don't like Vaush. Vaush gives me heart palpitations. And then we've got the annihilation of Sneeko, which both of them are super informative, but I think that I love Doomermedia, who's the guy on screen right now, but I feel like the Goku Naru video is way super well done. So like one is a lot more entertaining than the other. It's just the subject matter that's different. Like if we watch the Sneeko one, there's probably not gonna be a whole lot of dynamic reactions from me, just because Gokanaru does the video so well. I don't really need to have any input. But if we watch the Vaush one, you're gonna get a lot more vitriolic and hateful responses. Basically, it's whatever you think would be more entertaining. Or if neither of those sound entertaining, then we can just watch something else. Or if you have something that you'd like me to give my thoughts on, like a video that you think would drive me up a wall. Because I know how much y'all like to see me spurging out and raging.
Looking to get.
Okay, we need heal on kill, but we need this more. We'll get the adrenaline booster. And then do we have the cyberware? We do. Nice. But which one would you prefer? Bitchin'. I rewatched, or didn't rewatch it, but I was searching for one particular clip that I think got scrubbed from the internet. There was a conversation that Vaush had with somebody that was like kind of conservative, and Vaush pretty much admitted that if Vaush was in charge of like a political system, conservatives would be like shot in the streets and not in a video game. He was being serious. And so I wanted to find that clip, and I can't find it anywhere. And this video doesn't have it, but it's a crazy ass clip. And I remember every detail about it. I just can't find it. Anyway, let me stop priming y'all. Let's get started.
Send me an email at vaushvideo.com with
Hold on. Just to give this video just reward, or it's due credit. Watching Doomer Media's Vaush bad. Or Vaush Doomer Media's Vaush is unironically evil. Update. Go to our creator dashboard. Hit edit stream info. Update the title. Save. Alright. Just gotta give proper credit where credit's due. If I find that, I'll go hunting for that clip later. If I find it, I'll send it to you. There's probably like some fucking like deep underground website that has it. Ah, shit. Ah, we should have leveled up a little bit more. Ah, I'm dead. Alright. Let me try. I need to level up a little bit more before we try that again. Jesus. I put all my points into technical so I could get like a bunch of cyberware off the rip. But clearly I should have invested some points into reflexes so that way these actually do more damage. So we're going to go do some other shit first. Go to hell. Alright. I mean, yeah, I did pretty much. Yeah, that was brutal. There was no lube. It was very violent. Probably not appropriate for stream. Alright, but now we're gonna watch Vaush get fucked.
Your perspective on the issue with the intent of being critical, because I don't learn from praise. I guess I learn a little from praise, but I learn more from not praise, okay?
This is just a personal attack, but I want you to look at, I want you to notice,
Learn a little from praise.
look at that, look at this massive fucking garloid thing on his ear. Look at that shit. Ugh. He eventually had to get this removed. I think it's because he had like a botched gauge or something, and that's why he's got this giant garloid looking thing on his fucking ear. There's a word for it. But like for a few months on stream, he was like wearing like weird white bandages over it because I don't think he had it fixed, but he wanted to cover it up because he was getting made fun of it. This big fucking weird garloid thing.
Being critical, because I don't learn from praise. I guess I learn a little from praise, but I learn more from not praise, okay?
This motherfucker doesn't learn, period. Alright, the only thing he learns is how to lie better.
If you randomly stumbled into this video without a background in online politics, Vaush is one of the biggest online political figures at the moment.
Big emphasis on at the moment. You want to know the reason that Vaush is big right now? Vaush is big right now because he got caught with CP, or with, not CP, sorry, excuse me. Let me be as very clear as possible. He got caught with loli porn on his hard drive, but not just loli porn, okay? You gotta be a little off into the woods to be liking loli, okay? Just a little bit off into the woods, right? To like loli. Gotta be a little out there, okay? But he had loli porn of lolis getting fucked by horses. Lolis getting pounded by horses. And then he would proceed to kind of mitigate the backlash. He would go on to stream and talk about his fetish of wanting to be a horse and having sex with a woman. And he's partially memeing, but the problem is that you can't meme once you can't really meme your way out of a situation once I now know it's on your computer, because now you're not memeing. Now I think you're being serious when you say I wish I could be a horse and bang a woman. Whoa, what the fuck went flying? Ah. Each. Oh, the Sandy is gonna be fun. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So this video came out 2 years ago, but the drama I'm talking about happened like maybe a week or two ago. He was trying to save an image to his hard drive, and then he accidentally opened up his download folder that is named to be sorted later, and it's literally just a big old file full of porn. And there's lolis, there's lolis getting fucked by horses, there's just your typical run-of-the-mill big booba anime woman. And to me, it's not evidence that Vaush is strictly a lolicon, but it just shows me that Vaush is just a fucking degenerate animal with no self-control. Because I don't know about you, Jones, but like none of my prawn, like none of what I look at is getting saved on my computer's hard drive. I don't even save prawn to my phone, dude. Like there'll be some websites that like I'll have tagged, or some videos that I'll not tagged, like some tabs I'll have open in my hidden part of my phone. Not hidden part of my phone, on the incognito tab of like Safari and Chrome on my phone. But like I'm not saving URLs. I'm not saving videos. I'm not saving pictures. Like, but if someone were to save pictures onto their phone, I would understand that. That makes sense to me. Onto your computer? On your computer, you're saving, like, loli porn? What the fuck? Now, if you were to say, oh, well, my search history on my computer is bad, okay, I understand that. I understand having, like a bad search history, right? Saving the videos? Saving the videos, dude? What the fuck? And then that spiraled out of control because these two other streamers, Keffels and Tipster. Jesus, I almost forgot that fat fuck's name. Tipster and Keffels came out trying to defend Vaush, but they're both. I'm gonna steal a line from Ben Shapiro. They're both so stupid that if you were to put their IQs into voltage, you might be able to lightly toast a piece of bread. And they both fucked up and made it way worse. One, because Tipster's an idiot that got shit on for defending Loli in the past. But not even defending Loli because he personally consumes it. He defended Loli because one of his friends was a lolicon. And Tipster's an idiot, so he can't actually argue why Loli should be okay. He's just like, oh well, I don't really think it's a loli. It doesn't really look loli. You know, young women, or you know, there are women with A cups, right, guys? Like that was his whole fucking argument. Even though like the pictures he was defending in the past are like of women or of girls that are like 3 feet tall, no ass, no tits, and like they look super young. And Tipster is like, oh well, that could be a full-grown woman. I don't know. So Tipster's a retard. And then Keffels came in and was like, oh well, Mr. Beast's friend Chris liked Lolicon, and why is no one going after them? So then like Keffels unintentionally brought in the entirety of Mr. Beast's fan base into the issue. So then Mr. Beast's fan base is now shitting on Keffels and shitting on Vaush. It was just a whole fucking mess. But I think we're going to see a little bit of that degeneracy in this video. But it's just back in the day, like my hatred of, I'm going to be as upfront and as clear as I can be. My hatred of Vaush has been like this, steady and equal throughout time. The amount of hatred I'm expressing right now and the amount of hatred I was expressing yesterday, it's equal to what it was, what would it be now, 12 years ago? It's just we're gonna get into why. We're gonna get into all of it because thankfully Doomermedia, like all the clips that Doomermedia compiles, I was there, okay? I was there in the trenches watching this shit. I wasn't a Vaush fan, but because I was a Destiny fan, I could, it's kind of like osmosis. I could absorb Vaush's content in proximity because he was a Destiny orbiter. So when these clips would blow up back in the day, I would be there for them to shit on Vaush and then shit on Destiny for being friends with Vaush. What do you call it? But I think the only one I wasn't aware of was the extreme dad situation. And then once I was made aware of that, I wasn't surprised at all. Oh no, Destiny the person. There's a big time streamer named Destiny. And no, he does not play Destiny the game. Yeah, we watched him a few times in the past. He's got pretty good shit. But no, it's fun. He came out before the game Destiny. Like, he's been streaming a fucking hot minute. But he actually never played the game Destiny, which is funny to me. But yeah, the game was good too. I liked Destiny 1. I had that on, oh shit, what would have been? PS3 back in the day. My buddy and I played it like all the time. And then Destiny 2 came out, and then I tried it, and then I fucking hated it. But yeah. Vaush is unironically evil.
He advocates for anti-capitalist, left-wing political positions, and currently holds a great degree of influence in online political discourse. In this video, I am making the argument that Vaush is a genuinely evil person.
He is.
I understand that may sound like clickbait, but if you stick with me, I intend to fully defend the position. Timestamps are in the description if you would like to jump to a specific section, although the later sections do rely on claims made in earlier sections. In the description, you can find a link to the script, which has copious citations for every clip used and every claim made. Obviously, you don't need to read it, but do know I come bearing copious receipts.
Winning a debate and winning the audience are not necessarily always the same things. Whether or not they overlap depends pretty much exclusively with how good faith the conversation is held in. In a very bad faith conversation, there can often be a really severe disconnect between the technical procession of arguments throughout the course of the events of the debate and who's believed to have won at the end.
When you're having a conversation,
I think one of the things that always disgusted me about Vaush was that the only time I think he was ever honest was at the very beginning when he was named Irish Laddie. Back in the day, this is way back in the day. I don't remember if Doomer covers this or not, but way back in time, you know, taking a little trip through memory lane. When Vaush was known as Irish Laddie, he was very upfront and very unapologetic about his hatred for conservatives, for his desire for a communist utopia, for advocation of, you know, minority rights, and his dislike of trans people. Like, he was very upfront and clear about all of that at the very beginning, and then he had this weird switch happen when he became Vaush, where he started talking as if he had a higher level of intelligence than he actually does. You'll see it slowly change in this video. Like, he would groom himself more, and he would sit in a way to where he's trying to look like a college professor talking to his pulpit, or talking down to his students. It's very odd, and to me it always came off as disingenuous. And in that clip that we just saw, you understand his explanation. You understand why he does it. And the reason why he does it is because he's not trying to be honest with the audience. He's trying to bring the audience over to his way of thinking and his side. So being good faith is secondary to gaining more followers and gaining more ground in the, I don't know, in the culture war, I guess, between himself and other creators. And that modus operandi to me is fucking gross. Like, you'll never hear me espouse an opinion on here that I don't actually believe, and you'll never hear me argue or debate a video, or if we ever get so lucky, to debate actual people on here. You'll never hear me say something just to win the audience over. You'll only hear me having an actual in real time conversation with somebody. I'm not a fan of meta conversations. I'm not a fan of talking to the audience when I have someone in front of me. If I'm talking to someone, I'm talking to them. I don't give a shit what their audience or my audience thinks at that very moment. I only want to have a conversation with them. But Vaush never has a conversation with them. He's having a conversation with their audience or his own audience. You'll hear it when we get more into it. And the only reason I'm priming so hard is because I need to fully articulate my hatred before like we get down into the rabbit hole and I just start spewing psychotic nonsense.
Whether you're trying to find the truth, persuade someone, or persuade an audience, you'll be exchanging ideas, and in order for that to proceed smoothly, you'll need something called good faith. Good faith implies a number of things: sincerity, honesty, openness, and charity. This basically means you'll be playing by the rules. You aren't trying to win the conversation through duplicitous means, and the outcome of the conversation is reflective of the quality of ideas exchanged. One of these ideas merits special attention: charity. Being charitable is attempting to interpret your opponent's statements in the best manner possible, and you may have heard this referred to as steel manning. This is the opposite of straw manning, a duplicitous tactic where you purposefully attack a weaker version of your opponent's argument.
I think for the most part, I'll steel man arguments in my own head, and I don't usually articulate them unless I'm talking to, like, if I were to talk to my audience directly after a conversation or before a conversation, I think I would steel man, like, articulate a steel man to them. Like, when I watch a video with my wife and I can see how against this person she is, I will articulate their argument in the best way I possibly can to have her understand. That way her hatred is more finely tuned. But at the end of the day, the way that somebody puts an art, like when we watch the Hassan video, I gave the steel man of Hassan's point. But at the end of the day, people say what they say. If they don't give the strongest argument to the masses, that's on them. So I don't think you have to steel man, and I'll do it when I feel like it will assist me in my thinking or whoever's watching with me. But I hate Vaush so fucking much that some of the things that he says immediately irritate me. He shows it in this video, but he gets into a debate with a philosophy professor, and the philosophy professor is trying to get Vaush to understand the difference between the subject of a word, like the meaning of a word, and the term of a word. Okay? Hurry up with your fucking toast. Hurry up. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to hold on to this point. You are all going to sit with me through the intro to the intro of
It's us.
Phantom Liberty again.
Space Force 1. We're descending. In for a rough... Oh, fuck.
Whoa, what's going on? Hell?
Do I have anything I can break? Yeah.
V, the president! You have to...
Songbird! God damn it! Shit! Shit! Fuck me! Ugh! Oh. Okay. Got this. Save the president. Sure. No fucking problem.
I like the little allegorical, the little metaphorical descent into hell.
Wonderful.
Let me make sure I understand what the hell this relic upgrade does. Okay. Dismembering an enemy or performing a finisher with mantis blades will charge the next leap attack. Hold. Hold. For a long range attack. The charge leap attack with mantis blades has a 30-meter longer range and deals massive damage with a wide slash that hits a target and nearby enemies. All leap attacks with the mantis blades now cripple enemies and increase dismemberment chance. Okay. Also, when we get into, once we beat the initial mission here, we're going to grab all the relic skill points.
Shit, Songbird. Thought you might have. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Ow.
Songbird the cat. Life number 9 commenced. Alas. I made sure to get Myers to the safe room before I ejected. Run to the wreckage V. Save her.
Right. On my way.
Just be careful. Hansen said his goons. You need to hurry.
What then? Got a plan?
Find Myers, get her to Liz Crest Street. It'll be the safest spot in Dogtown right now.
Right.
I'll be in touch. Godspeed, dude.
Godspeed, Spider-Man. Yoink. Yoink. What's up? Yoink.
We got a trouble.
Woo! Woo, shit. Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh. Don't ask me how we survived that. I have no fucking idea. Oh, shit! Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be straight up. I have no idea how the hell I don't know how the fuck I lived through that. That probably would have been game over if I hadn't hit a button in that car. We need the Newton model, and we need the axolotl, and we need the warp dancer.
Focus now. You won't pass this way without a fight. You're capable, I know, but I'd rather not take any chances.
Oh, that's not a... Oops.
Stay low. Go around.
Probably. I should have put more. I should have put more into reflexes, bro. Shit. Did I not get the heal on kill? I didn't. Fuck. Alright. What does he have that's blue? Fuck. The biggest problem is that there's a sniper up here that's gonna fucking murk us. There's a sniper up here, and then there's a man with a big fucking machine gun down there. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done this. Ah, I shouldn't have done this. Ah, I shouldn't have done this, bro. I shouldn't have done this, bro. I shouldn't have done this, bro. Alright. Oh shit. Ah! I'm stuck! Fuck! Ah! Ah! I'm fine, you know? I'm all good. I didn't die. Anyway, I completely forgot the point I was making earlier. Fuck. Oh. So, Vaush, this professor is trying to get Vaush to understand, like, the meaning behind a word and the word itself being two different things, and Vaush literally cannot grasp that. So, like, if I'm talking about Jones, right? If I'm talking about Jones the person, right? Even if I change your name, even if your name changes, right? You're still Jones the person. You'll always be Jones the person. Even if you change your name to, like, Steven, Jones the person will always be the same. But Vaush either is so fucking stupid or is being purposefully obtuse in that conversation. And he says, no, water is not always water. All you have to do is cross the border and it's now agua. And then the professor says, well, agua means water. Agua is just a word for water. And Vaush says, yes, but, you know, it's a different term, which means it's a different thing. And he's like, no, I'm talking about water, the things that fills rivers and lakes. And Vaush says, well, there are a lot of things that fill rivers and lakes. And it's, to me, it's painfully obvious that he's just trying to win, and he's not actually interested in having a conversation with this person. But to Vaush's fan base, for some reason, they think that he was making a good point. But in that instance, I can't steelman that position, because that position is so fucking, like, retarded to me. The subject of a thing will always be the same no matter the word that we use. Even if we talk about an event, there is an objective event that occurred, and then the word we use to describe that event may change, but the event itself will be the same. The subject will always be the same. It's the word that we use that will be different, but the word being different doesn't matter. If I light something on fire, it doesn't matter what word we use to describe the action of a item releasing energy in a volatile manner such as fire. That doesn't matter what word we used. Something is still on fire. Without human language, there are still rocks, there are still water, there is still water, there is still fire. Like, even without a human observer, these things still occur. But Vaush is, like, again, either retarded or is trying to win, and I think he's trying to win in that conversation. But he does this constantly throughout, like, a whole manner of a whole cornucopia of conversations. He'll be purposefully obtuse in order to win rather than have the conversation, which to me is annoying. It doesn't make good content, it just makes me agitated. But to him and his fan base, like, oh, we gotta win, we got a dub, fuck that guy, we won, we beat him. In the marketplace of ideas, we defeated him. I have to keep, like, juking these people. This build is going to be broken whenever I'm done, but, like, man, this starting point is rough. It also doesn't help that we're starting off in Phantom Liberty. Oh, shit, the sniper got stuck. Bitchin'. Okay, that's the sniper down. Now we just need to worry about, yep, the big man with the machine gun. Whoop. See ya. But yeah, I can't, basically all this to say, I can't steelman Vaush a lot of times, because to me, it's not worth steelmanning somebody that's being purposefully disingenuous. Why would I steelman a lie? Pretty much is how I feel about it. Alright, we killed everyone. Oh boy. How did we only go up one shinobi level? That's crazy. Alright.
Than what they actually presented. Most of Vaush's debates are blood sports with enemies, and it's honestly incredible how bad faith and uncharitable some of these conversations can be. While it may be obvious to the casual observer that something is wrong, to fully understand how bad they really are, you would need to watch the conversation several times while taking notes. A good example is debating white supremacy with Count Dankula. This debate happened because Vaush accused Dankula of being a white supremacist, Dankula disagreed, so Vaush challenged him to a debate. Already, this is insanely bad faith. Vaush is refusing to take him at his word, and his only evidence in this debate is a couple of edgy tweets and jokes, knowing full well that Dankula is an edgy comedian. Telling edgy jokes is literally his job, and Vaush of all people should understand this because Vaush is also an edgy comedian.
I think in regards to it, I think when it comes to comedy, you can joke about absolutely anything and everything.
I just want to say, I've joked. Oh, sorry. Please, I didn't mean
No,
to.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I joke about different groups of people all the time on my stream. I've joked about transgender people. I've joked about black people. I've joked about Jews. Oh boy, have I done all of those things. I think that we should be able to make jokes about anything, literally anything. I would defend that to my dying breath. And I hate that there are some lefties who are legitimately like humorless fucking bad words.
For almost everything Dankula says, there are two available explanations.
Okay. He says that, but why do you think he says that? Maybe he says that because he actually believes it. Maybe. I think he says that because he's trying to win over Count Dankula's audience. That's why. That's my honest to goodness reason as to why he said that. Because I was a big fan of Count Dankula. I was a big hater of fucking Vaush, and then this conversation happened, and I already knew what was going to go down. So in more lefty spaces, it's accepted that jokes and things you say can be evidence to what you actually believe. So like if I'm constantly every day, all day joking about how much I hate trans people, maybe there's, you know, in their eyes, maybe there's truth behind the joke, which is a super fair, super acceptable take. I think that jokes do sometimes portray what we believe if repeated enough. But on their own, that can't be the only evidence you have. The problem is that during this debate, Vaush would bring up tweets that Count Dank had, and then say, like, this is something that I would say, or blah, blah, blah. Basically, he would say that the jokes were fine and acceptable. This was not Vaush's best debate performance, period. Because even in the debate, he says he doesn't think Count Dank is a white supremacist. But he's more than willing to go out onto Twitter and say that he is. So the argument that Vaush was making in the debate was, you're not a white supremacist, but you're saying a lot of the stuff that white supremacists are saying, which makes me think that you might be a white supremacist. Now that argument, super weird. Super circular. I don't know why the fuck I just teleported all the way over here. This is not a good spot to be in. I really don't need to be over here. This is not bueno. Oh, this is going to go horribly. I'm going to get the fuck out of here before Sandy deactivates. That was a really bad spot to be in. Anyway. It wasn't Vaush's best performance because this was a conversation where if he truly believed that Count Dank is a white supremo, he needed to go hard and he needed to hold Count Dank's feet to the fire. I don't think Count Dank is a white supremo. I'm just saying this is how one would handle it if you did think that, because Count Dank's avoidance is always going to be, I'm a comedian. I'm making jokes. So then your retort needs to be bringing up examples and jokes where he may have come a little too close to the line, or he gets close enough to the line often enough to where you don't think it's a joke anymore. Problem is that the whole debate, Vaush is saying, well, I don't think you're a white supremo. I think that blah, 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 blah. If you keep admitting that you don't think he's a white supremo, the debate is fucking over. And the only reason Vaush kept saying that, in my mind, I don't know this, what I'm saying is, in my mind, I think that he was doing that throughout the debate to look more palatable to Count Dank's audience. I think he was trying to look good for them. That way he could pull some of them over to his side, maybe. Or get them to come watch him, maybe. I don't buy that. I don't buy any other explanation for why he sucks so bad in this debate performance. I think that he was actively trying to pull Count Dank's audience to his side.
The good faith explanation is that this is an edgy comedian telling edgy jokes, while the bad faith explanation is that these are proof of racism. So, arguing that Dankula is a white supremacist because he told edgy jokes is, in the strictest literal sense, Vaush being bad faith and attempting to burn a straw man. Good faith isn't even possible here, but it's made all the more amusing by something we'll learn later in the debate. Dankula is not a white supremacist. This is the worst I've ever seen Vaush lose a debate, and to the best of my knowledge, Dankula doesn't even do debates. This never needed to happen, and it's a great example of how rhetoric can't save you if you are hilariously and totally wrong. The debate begins with the moderator asking both parties to define white supremacy.
Just to clarify the term first.
Sure, yeah. So, generally speaking, when I say white supremacist, I'm referring to a person who believes that there is A, some sort of fundamental distinction between the races, and B, one who believes that either the white race is superior in some empirical sense, or B, that we need to engage in policies or other social actions to prioritize that group of people.
Person that feels that white people are superior to all other races and all other races are, are or should be subservient to whites and things should be done only for the benefit of whites.
When they give their responses, they agree almost entirely, and they both basically give the Google definition.
Okay. I want to just we're not gonna just sit here and listen to Doomer. I like Doomer, but we're gonna actually read over these and try to find a difference. God damn it, I have to go through this whole cutscene again. Fuck me in my ass. Okay, I'm gonna be more careful this next round. When I say white supremacist, I'm referring to a person who believes that there is A, some sort of fundamental distinction between the races, and B, who believes that either the white race is superior in some empirical sense, or B, that we need to engage in policies or other social actions to prioritize that group of people. And then Count Dankula, a person who feels that white people are superior to all other races and all other races are or should be subservient to whites and things should be done only for the benefit of whites. I think that these definitions are almost the same. I think the thing that I don't like is some sort of fundamental distinction between the races. I think I would want greater clarity on that. Because, like, if I were to say something like whites and Asians look different, I'm wondering if to Vaush that's evidence of me being a white supremacist. I'm curious about. Overall, these definitions are okay. Vaush's just seems to be needlessly complex. Like it's fucking 3 paragraphs versus like 2 sentences from Count Dank. I think the reason why he made it needlessly complex is to sound smarter. But again, that's just me being hateful little shit. I don't actually know if that's why, or if he actually believes any of these definitions, but in my mind it's so that way he can sound more intelligent. Fuck me and my asshole raw with a big metal fucking dog. It might be Jover.
Both of these definitions are functional, so now that we agree on definitions, we can proceed in good faith, right?
Vaush, do you have any issues with that definition?
Yeah, that's not the actual definition at all. That's a highly unacademic definition of white supremacy. What that does is it sets the bar so high that there's no way to ever prove that anyone is a white supremacist because they would have to buy into a fuck ton of positions before they would actually fit that qualification.
Do you see where this is going?
Oh, that made me cringe. Oh, that made me cringe. Fuck me. Oh, boy. Oh, that was... Son of a bitch! Ah! 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 Fuck! Damn it! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Damn it! Shit! Ah! Alright. I'm fine.
After giving almost identical definitions that match the Google definition, Vaush denigrates Dankula's definition as being highly unacademic, and tries to shift to a definition so vague it could reasonably apply to anyone. What Vaush is doing here is attacking anything and everything Dankula says, even if Vaush said the exact same thing a minute earlier. So less than 2 minutes in and this is already a shit show. Here are some examples of bad faith engagement just from the first 6 minutes of this conversation.
Yeah, cool. Well, hey, listen, believe it or not, I don't like the fact that there are white supremacists in the world. I doubt you do either.
Now, think about this for a second. Wouldn't a white supremacist want more white supremacists in the world? This is an admission that Dankula is not a white supremacist, but Vaush continues to argue that Dankula is a white supremacist for the next 2 hours anyway.
So instead, what I think would be more interesting is if I proceed under the assumption of good faith.
This is a Vaush classic. a false claim of good faith while being incredibly bad faith. We'll be seeing this over and over again. Take note when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing, because he's probably about to do the opposite.
Yeah, I have to inductively reason it, but I think for the purposes of the discussion, it's better to walk through my thought process as I come to discover your content and the way that you talk and engage with stuff, rather than presumptively making the accusation and then, like, post-hoc going over all the assumed evidence.
Did you catch that? Presumptively making the accusation and then post-hoc going over all the assumed evidence is exactly what Vaush did, and is currently doing. That's why this conversation happened. And this is what Vaush typically does when he accuses people of being fascist or Nazis.
You're going to say the term, "It's just a joke," "Do you know what a joke is, mate?" or "I'm a fucking comedian" about 80 times over the course of this discussion. We're not going to have any way of actually reasoning out anyone's positions, and it will end up being a complete waste of time. So we're going to see how that goes.
Are we going head first in and saying that it's just a joke, I'm a comedian, are completely invalid arguments that hold
No. I just want to see how many times you say them. They're totally valid arguments, and I have made them in the past.
Okay then, so basically you're probably going to ask me a lot about jokes I've made, and the actual arguments that explain these jokes, you're trying to preemptively discredit those arguments by going, "Oh, if I tell him this, he's probably going to say this," when what I'm going to say is a valid argument.
The fact that you are preemptively defending the "it's just a joke" defense is very telling to the kind of conversation that we're about to have.
This exchange is unbelievable. Vaush poisons the well by saying Dankula will try and use the "it's just a joke" defense, then concedes that this defense is valid. Then he poisons the well again and attacks Dankula further for using a defense that he conceded is valid less than 20 seconds earlier. Also, let this be made as clear as possible. Vaush has allowed the "it's just a joke" defense, which means winning the debate is now impossible, as Vaush has no arguments outside of what could be reasonably explained as an edgy comedian making edgy jokes. It's also worth pointing out that when Vaush says the conversation will be a complete waste of time, he's trying to discredit a debate that he very likely knows he cannot win. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And this is all in the first 6 minutes of the conversation, by the way. This much bullshit was crammed into 6 minutes. Later in the conversation, Vaush concedes that Dankula's YouTube videos didn't seem that bad. Vaush says that Dankula's not an anti-Semite. Vaush says that Dankula isn't malicious or nefarious. Dankula and Vaush agree on immigration. We learn that Dankula's anti-colonialism. They agree on censorship, Antifa, and tankies. And Dankula expresses without prompting that people have a responsibility to keep racist out of their communities. Let's see how this debate ends.
I've no idea why these people hate trans people so much. I mean, they suck the best dick. I'm telling you, man.
Thank you for turning a sincere advocacy into a joke.
It's true, though. It's true. My audience is agreeing with you, though.
Like no other. Like, honestly, women treat your dick like it's a chore. Transsexual women treat your dick like it's their god.
And let's just take a look at Vaush's chat. Yeah, that's about as well as this can go. Vaush actually concedes, although he does so in a very roundabout way so as to save face. But there isn't any mistake. This was an extremely bad faith conversation from Vaush, and he can't even plainly admit that he's wrong without making a bunch of statements to optically hedge his defeat. Did he learn a lesson about falsely accusing people of being white supremacists? Did he grow as a person? What was he concerned with at the end of the conversation? Let's see.
Hey, man.
Oh God. All right. That was the most difficult fucking optical juggle I've ever done in my life.
This is almost certainly an admission that, one, Vaush is almost entirely concerned with optics, not the truth, and two, he knows he was acting in bad faith. This is further cemented by the thumbnail. You'd think after admitting that Dankula isn't a white supremacist, he would be happy to absolve him, right? No. There's no ambiguity here. This is just horrendous, and as bad as this conversation was, the prime case fascism shitshow was much worse. I was going to cover some other conversations to drive the point home, but I have an even better idea. What if Vaush plainly admitted to behaving in bad faith? Hunter Avalon was a conservative YouTuber who switched to being a centrist.
Alright, hold on. Now that this fight is over and I can fucking properly take a deep breath and think. that conversation was a shit ton worse than what Doomermedia showed. The whole conversation is Vaush backtracking on calling Dank a white supremo and then immediately calling him one again. And then even after taking this massive fucking L, I'm pretty sure that like an hour or two later, maybe a day later, Vaush would be calling Count Dank a white supremo again on Twitter. Increase damage and stun chance for counterattacks. Boom. Alright, we lived. Yeah, it was a spectacular, massive shit show, waste of time. The only thing that I enjoyed watching that debate was the only thing I enjoyed while watching that debate was how absolutely art-hearted Vaush looked. But he still somehow walked away thinking that he won that, which was, I think, the biggest copium I've ever seen. But not out of character for Vaush.
Huntress socked him over the course of 2020.
If you don't acknowledge you lost to your fan base, you've never lost. That's how that works in people who are disingenuous fucking artards. That's how that works in their mind. As long as you never admit defeat, you were never defeated.
Partially due to conversations with Vaush, and has become one of Vaush's closer friends in the YouTube space. Let's hear Vaush's recollection of these events.
Yeah, reminder, by the way, the only reason that I ever tried to talk to Hunter Avalon the way that I did was because I talked to Shoe on Head beforehand. I thought that Hunter Avalon was just another...
Shoe on Head was another okay-ish creator until she broke up with Armored Skeptic, and then she just became complete cringe. And she was friends with Vaush for some reason. And then Vaush's community fucking hated Shoe on Head because Shoe on Head wasn't a raging communist, and so they would constantly shit on her, and Vaush would try to defend her just because they were friends, but they had a falling out at some point. I can't remember what it was over. I'm pretty sure Shoe on Head is probably thanking the good Lord above that she got out when she did and wasn't around for the lowly shit. Yeah, Hunter Avalon is a fucking loser. I hate Hunter Avalon. I don't like the way he argues. I don't like the way he holds himself or the way he handles himself. I don't like the way he handles the online space. He's just an annoying little soy boy that sees racism and white supremacy everywhere and then acts as if he's this big head intellectual. It's just annoying. Anytime somebody acts like they're above everyone else, it just always rubs me the wrong fucking way. Every single time.
They're like dumb fuck, no principles conservative. Shoe on Head messaged me and said like, hey, I've like met Hunter Avalon before. I think that he's like an authentic guy. Like I think he actually cares about the stuff that he believes in. And that's the only reason everything following with me and Hunter Avalon happened.
Vaush is just straight up admitting that he would have treated Hunter the way he treats every other conservative, admitting that he does not treat them in good faith. Now, ask yourself, given that Vaush treated Hunter in good faith, and given that Vaush helped Hunter change his political views, what good could have been done if Vaush just treated conservatives like people?
My goal when watching this is going to be pointing out any bad arguments or any instances where I feel these people are acting in bad faith. That is my goal. One of the benefits of the type of content that I do is that you never have to worry about me taking stuff out of context.
When Vaush watches a video and pauses it constantly, it can be incredibly misleading. You may get the impression that you've absorbed the content because you technically watched it, But if you were to go back and watch the video Vaush covered on its own, you'd likely feel you were experiencing it for the first time.
True.
We're going to be looking
Same
at
thing
Vaush's
here.
videos.
I think that's true for like every streamer. If you truly want to absorb content, the way that the creator intended, you got to go watch it yourself. Like don't rely on your streamer to give you the best interpretation. Like I recommend everyone go and watch this because I'm going to be turning this 1 hour and 30-minute video into like 4 hours. So if you want to get it uncut and the way that Doomer wanted you to absorb it, I would go watch it. I would just recommend watching it on your own, period, because frankly, you're watching and listening to it from the perspective of somebody that despises Vaush, and Doomer handles it much, I guess, more fairly. But I don't intend to be fair to Vaush because Vaush is not fair to anyone.
That responds to a podcast by Sam Harris. Vaush only watches 6 minutes of Sam Harris's 113-minute podcast, for roughly 5% of the content, so 95% of the context is missing. Keep this in the back of your mind, because nearly all of Vaush's claims about Harris can be refuted with context from the other 107 minutes. It's also worth pointing out that Vaush is responsible for what he does with his platform. Vaush could have either listened to the whole podcast beforehand to address things with context, or gone over the whole thing, or not covered it at all. If it is the case that Vaush cherry-picked a small segment and misrepresented Harris's arguments, there's no excuse for that. Vaush chose to cover it on stream, and Vaush chose to post the video, so any misrepresentations are Vaush's responsibility. There's one thing to clear up before we get into the content: the distinction between interpersonal and systemic racism.
Well, sure, but systemic racism doesn't even need racist people at the helm. Systemic racism perpetuates itself through, like, systemic inequality. If you have a society where absolutely nobody is racially biased, but black people start off with less, the way economics works ensures that they'll continue to have less, at least for a very long time.
This is a topic Vaush discusses frequently, so he should not be confused by the distinction. On screen now are various quotes from the podcast Vaush is responding to that demonstrate irrefutably that Harris acknowledges the existence of systemic racism. One in particular should drive the point home.
As I've already acknowledged, there is a legacy of racism in the United States that we are still struggling to outgrow. That is obvious. There are real racists out there. And there are ways in which racism became institutionalized a long time ago. Many of you will remember that during the crack epidemic, the penalties for crack and powder cocaine were quite different. And this led...
Okay. I had this debate with someone a long time ago about the crack cocaine difference. And so I'm gonna be upfront. I think that the crack cocaine difference is bullshit. I think it's a bullshit argument. But if you were to give it its fair day in court, the argument is that the punishment being disparate affected the black community greater, and that effect of affecting them greater had long lasting consequences that affected them generationally. That's the fair argument. But the problem comes in when people try to say that the crack cocaine disparate, like the disparate punishment is a result of, okay, if you were to argue the effect of the crack cocaine disparity is racist, that is somewhat fair because it disproportionately affected black people. But if you were to say the intent behind the crack cocaine disparity is racist, then I think you've overstepped your bounds, and I think that you are just wrong. The crack cocaine punishment disparity came about because black legislators were receiving like huge amounts of voter pressure to do something about the crack epidemic. And the solution at the time was to punish the drug that was easier to get your hands on, easier to distribute, and cheaper in a harsher manner. That was their thinking behind the punishment being so high for crack versus the punishment being low for cocaine. There wasn't a huge amount of voters that were being negatively impacted by cocaine. There was a huge voter base that was being negatively impacted by crack. So if you were to tell me, Nihilist, the crack cocaine disparity is because racism, I don't agree. If you were to say the crack cocaine disparity led to racism, maybe. The problem is, Jesus fucking Christ, there's fucking endless security guards. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? No, you dumb bitch, I'm not okay. I'm getting fucking, like, eternally surrounded by enemies. Jesus Christ. I might as well just, like, get capped and try again, bro. This is ridiculous how many of these people are fucking spawning. Fuck me. Let me read this whole quote from Harris real quick, now that I've died and can actually think. That is obvious there are real racists out there, and there are ways in which racism became institutionalized a long time ago. Many of you remember that during the crack epidemic, the penalties for crack and powder cocaine were quite different, and this led black drug offenders to be locked up for much longer than white ones. This led black drug offenders to being locked up for much longer than white ones. Now, whether the motivation for the policy was consciously racist or not, I don't know, but it was effectively racist. Okay. That statement I'm much warmer to. I'm much more, I would believe that statement much more than I would saying that the intentionality was racist. I think that what Sam said is not only true. Oh Jesus, what the fuck is happening? Jones, my shit's fucked, bro. Oh dude, what the fuck is happening right now? Why can't I just block? Anyway, there we go. Now I can block again. Anyway. Yeah, I pretty much agree with what Sam Harris said. Well, fuck my asshole raw, dude. I don't know how the hell I can get past this part. I think I'm just gonna have to, like, run straight out and then just disappear. Because if I... Last time it was just infinite fucking cops. But let me try to just disappear into the night. Why did it put me right here? Alright, fuck it, whatever. Dude, Fuck me in my ass. Are you serious? Holy shit, how many of these cops are there?
Songbird's leading us to a metro tunnel. Need to pass through an expo hall.
I think I know the way. Good move. Exposed in the streets. Just not where we want to be. Scumbags won't let up. Lose them before accessing the garage.
Okay. Anyway.
What are you doing, B? Can't just leave her behind.
I can do whatever the fuck I want, Songbird. The bitch is gonna teleport to me anyway.
Black drug offenders to be locked up for much longer than white ones. Now, whether the motivation for that policy was consciously racist or not, I don't know. But it was effectively racist.
And how about another?
How much of this inequality is due to the legacy of slavery? And how much of it is due to the ensuing century of racist policies? I'm prepared to think quite a lot. And it strikes me as totally legitimate to think about paying reparations as a possible remedy here. Of course, one will then need to talk about reparations for the Native Americans.
Harris absolutely affirms the existence of systemic racism. What Harris questions in the podcast is the degree to which interpersonal racism plays a part in police use of force. This is crucially important because, as we can see from the video title, Vaush's main argument against Harris is that he denies the existence of systemic racism, which is demonstrably untrue. Let's see how this video begins.
I'm going to make an effort to be as charitable as possible to the arguments that I hear.
Remember what happens when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. So how does Vaush present Harris's argument? We're going to quickly cover every single thing Harris says and every single time Vaush pauses. I will summarize these to move through quickly, but feel free to pause or check the script for sources if you're interested. Vaush begins by agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at systemic racism, implying that Harris would disagree. But as we have already demonstrated, Harris enthusiastically affirms the existence of systemic racism. Get used to this pattern of Vaush agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at Harris denying systemic racism, because that's almost the entire video. Then Vaush implies Harris believes in scientific racism and implies that Harris would deny the existence of systemic racism. Harris doesn't. Then Vaush responds to Harris misquoting statistics, and Vaush would be correct, but he has to throw in misinformation at the end. This should be the easiest win for Vaush in the world, but he has to insist that these numbers only apply to arrests and not incarcerations. This would imply that the state is less likely to imprison black people for violent crimes, when Vaush repeatedly argues the opposite, and the data shows the opposite. This is an example of a frequent trend. Even when Vaush says things that are true, he often exaggerates them to the point of falsehood. Then Vaush implies that Harris is attempting to justify racist policies, which he clearly isn't. Again, Harris proposed paying reparations in this podcast. Then Harris makes the most controversial statement of the podcast, and Vaush just agrees with it. Also, can someone please explain to me what low-level murder is? Honestly, I want an explanation. What is low-level murder? Then Vaush pauses to agree with Harris again, while trying to put words in Harris's mouth. Then Vaush implies once again that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism, and yada yada yada, you get the picture. Then Vaush says that Harris is strawmanning Black Lives Matter into only being about police reform, which Harris never said, and in fact Harris specifically called out systemic injustice in our legal system beyond simply the police. It's also worth pointing out that Harris explicitly made an argument for defunding the police in this podcast. And then Vaush does this.
So let's give him a chance to respond.
I don't even know what to say to this. Vaush has been ranting for 6 minutes at this point, and 20 minutes into his video, he's only played roughly 2 minutes of Harris talking.
Nice.
Harris doesn't get a chance to respond, my dude. Then Vaush accuses Harris of misdirection while misdirecting. Harris is not a conservative. He takes every available opportunity to trash Trump, and while some people may point out that Vaush is only implying Harris is a conservative here, Vaush will go on to directly state that later, so the intention to communicate this idea is quite clear. Then Vaush accuses Harris of supporting militarized policing, when Harris explicitly condemned this in this podcast. Then Vaush just agrees with Harris on police brutality. Then Vaush starts to get incredibly bad faith. Remember how Vaush has been grilling Harris for denying systemic racism for this entire video? What Harris is laying out here is an explicit case for systemic racism. Does Vaush realize his mistake and give Harris credit? No, Vaush interrupts Harris to insult him, so his audience will forget what Harris is saying.
25% more likely to use pepper spray or a baton.
I will give Sam Harris credit for one thing, if nothing else. He is the perfect cadence and vocal tone for a pseudo-intellectual.
Up until this point, you may have been able to make a case that Vaush was just irresponsible, but this isn't just irresponsible. This is malicious. And now Vaush is strawmanning Harris. Harris is quoting several studies, including the Johnson study, which has a conclusion that controls for proximity. Again, this is where the interpersonal racism and systemic racism distinction becomes important. Harris is arguing against the idea that interpersonal racism among police is responsible for these issues, and arguing instead that systemic racism is what we should be focusing on. Vaush agrees with this argument elsewhere, he's simply refusing to acknowledge that this is what Harris is actually saying. Then Vaush proceeds to misunderstand Harris's argument while also calling Harris's argument dumb. Again, Harris is arguing against interpersonal racism and for systemic racism. And then Vaush plays the last Harris quote, takes Harris out of context, misrepresents Harris's argument, calls Harris an anti-intellectual, calls Harris a conservative, and once again asserts that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism. Vaush consistently misrepresents Harris's argument and slings ad homs, and even when Vaush is correct, he undermines his own argument by exaggerating things to the point of falsehood. How does Vaush feel about this?
I think I'm comfortable from the section of this podcast that I've listened to in understanding Sam Harris's approach. In essence, he is very comfortable invoking the black rate of criminality without providing any explanation. He will dismiss evidence which does not favor his point, and then he will assign to these studies a correlative data point which was not backed by the researchers, which actually once more places the blame on black people.
This is a blatant lie. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad if Vaush were merely misunderstanding an argument, but I think it's considerably worse.
Which actually once more places the blame on black people. Because that is what people like Sam Harris want to do.
Nice.
But I do know that his narrative here is one which perfectly suits the mentality of the American racist. It's every lazy, ad hoc, biased dismissal of the overwhelming evidence in favor of systemic racism, in favor of an explanation which is at once non-explanatory and also very deeply suggestive of a biological problem with black people. They're rather fond of that, aren't they? I don't think I've argued with a conservative once who wasn't willing to at least suggest or imply a genetic explanation for black criminality. Okay, why is their culture the way it is? And they'll go, I don't know. Why is their culture the way it is? And without falling back on sociological...
I don't know about anyone else. I mean, I'll just say it. I've been conservative for a long time. When I was super young, I was a fucking like little goofball, anarchist, libertarian. After that, and then just regular conservative now. But I have never once in my fucking life believed that there was a genetic predisposition in black people to be more violent. And it makes me really fucking angry when dumb fucks like Vaush push this idea that being a conservative just inherently means you're racist. It's annoying, it's wrong, and it gets under my skin quicker than anything. I have, not to do the classic, my black friends. I grew up around a lot more black and Hispanic people than I did white people. And the relationships I developed over the years with my my fellow man, regardless of skin color. The idea that because I vote Republican, that I am a virulent racist irritates me and aggravates me to my core, and I'm almost certain Vaush knows that, which is why he keeps fucking saying it. It's just one of the many, many reasons why I fucking hate this fat ponytail having retard. I don't even like Sam Harris. I liked Sam Harris a whole lot back when he was one of the like the four horsemen of atheism. Like back when he was having talks with Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and oh, I can never remember Dennett. Shit, I can't remember Paul. I think it's like Paul Dennett. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't remember his fucking name. Back when he was having conversations with them, I liked Sam Harris a lot. And then Trump came around and like Sam Harris lost his fucking mind. But it's just funny listening to Vaush literally be incapable of agreeing with anyone that doesn't like immediately subscribe to everything he believes in. Even somebody who is on his side as much as Sam Harris is, and Sam Harris is like a I think he's called himself a democratic socialist, so he's like as close to Vaush as a normal human being can get politically, and still Vaush decides to like completely lie and besmirch his name for no fucking reason, for no discernible reason other than he's probably trying to start shit with Sam Harris to get more clout.
Logical explanations for that question, the only remaining answer is one which they know they can't substantiate in academia, so they do not directly state. The genetic explanation. Anyway, I don't want to appear as uncharitable to Sam Harris.
Yeah. Watch out for any time Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. Watching 5% of a video, lying to your audience about its arguments, and then calling the person you're responding to a racist is not good faith engagement.
Do you think that's the end of the quote right there? When you see a video like this, and a quote is provided, and it begins and ends mid-sentence, do you think that's an accurate representation? Trust me, speaking as Vaush, it's pretty easy to cut people out of context. Aggressively easy, one might say.
Nice self-report there, bro.
Equivocation is the weaponization of ambiguous language by assigning a single idea multiple meanings, then switching between them as needed. As it just so happens, I happen to have caught a great example of this on Twitter. Now, I'm not trying to be mean to Viv, I'm going to say nice things about her later, but this exchange was a perfect example of equivocation. First, Viv says that arbitrary means a system without rational justification. Then in her next tweet says that arbitrary can mean anything you like, because meaning is subjective. These are mutually exclusive, so which is it? If she's allowed to establish both meanings, she can switch between the definitions of arbitrary based on whatever best suits her needs at the time. This is the essence of equivocation, an unreasonable willingness to shift the meaning of words around based on whatever happens to be convenient. Vaush equivocates constantly, but in particular I'd like to discuss his insistence on calling the people he disagrees with Nazis. Now, imagine a scale of Nazism. On the far end, you have a person who's willing to violently establish an ethno-state. Lower than that, you might have attending Nazi rallies or saying things like, "The Holocaust didn't happen, but I wish it did." Below that, you might have someone who clearly questions the traditional Holocaust narrative but isn't committed to a rejection, or someone who clearly harbors racist feelings but isn't willing to do anything about them. Then way down at the bottom, you might have an insensitive boomer comment like, "There sure are a lot of black people on this beach." These are clearly not the same thing. The last is an insensitive statement that might belie racism, or ignorance, or cultural differences, or any other number of things. It clearly doesn't demonstrate that someone is a racist, but it might be a behavior indicative of Nazi beliefs, so it's included as the very smallest possible hint of this belief structure. There's a reasonable discussion to be had about where the line should be drawn for someone to be considered a Nazi, but it's not reasonable to use the same term for all of these different behaviors. Now, I'm sure you can see where this is going. Vaush equivocates all of these behaviors into the single label Nazi and will freely apply it to people who don't even reasonably meet the lowest qualification. A good example is PewDiePie, who we'll call Felix, one of the biggest YouTubers with over 100 million subscribers. Vaush made 4 videos where he directly states or strongly implies that Felix is a Nazi more than 20 times.
And I also think that PewDiePie is a member of the alt-right.
Nice.
Some kind of reactionary, fascist, neo-Nazi, maybe.
Calling someone a Nazi is a serious claim, so Vaush would need a lot of evidence to justify it, especially over the Occam's razor explanation that Felix is just an edgy gamer bro. Here are all of the arguments Vaush makes to justify calling Felix a Nazi in those 4 videos. Now,
damn it,
this might seem like a good case, right? Nope. First, Felix has 100 million subscribers. Of course he's going to have some number of Nazis in his audience. Anyone with that many fans would. That doesn't mean anything, nor does the fact that some Nazis like him. The band Depeche Mode and Taylor Swift were both repeatedly endorsed by white supremacists and leaders of supremacist organizations, and these musicians all disavowed these supremacist groups in public statements. Are we going to assume that Tay-Tay is a Nazi now? Of course not. Felix also publicly denounced white supremacist and white supremacist groups repeatedly. Felix makes edgy jokes because that is his job, which Vaush should understand as he is also an edgy comedian. These 3 are ludicrous accusations that never should have been made, and while I understand that some people are particularly sensitive to jokes involving dressing up as a Nazi, this is historically very common. I can understand why you would be uncomfortable with this, but this is simply not evidence that Charlie Chaplin, Sarah Silverman, or Charlie Day are Nazis. Next, Felix withdrew a donation to the ADL, a Jewish organization. Now, that could be interpreted as a symptom of Nazi beliefs, but then you would have to wonder why would he donate to them in the first place? There's a much better explanation. Felix donated to them to try and do something nice, then realized they had publicly slandered him and withdrew his support as he didn't want to donate to an organization which slandered him in the past. For the record, Felix actually defended the ADL during this, while Vaush denigrated them.
I don't think the charity is as bad as everyone says, but at the same time, it just didn't make sense for me to donate it to it.
Hey guys, it's true. The ADL is actually like hot garbage. Not joking. It's real fucking bad. Now, I'll be honest with you. I hate the ADL.
Now, what does it even mean that Felix didn't denounce the Nazis in his community enthusiastically enough? Who is to judge? Vaush? Felix made apology video after apology video during this period, and took other efforts to try and make it plainly clear that he does not support Nazis. At one point, Vaush details the kind of apology video he wished Felix had made, while responding to an apology video from Felix that met his suggestions. This is the second time Vaush has made a video responding to Felix apologizing for this. The evidence seems to suggest that Vaush would not accept any form of apology from Felix, so why would we allow Vaush to judge the sincerity of Felix's apologies? The Christchurch allegation is particularly silly. Given
fucking hell, dude, holy shit!
Felix is mentioned 0 times. He was not motivated by Felix. He was a deeply mentally ill and racist person trying to instigate a race war. As for the hoodie, Vaush admits that Felix is not wearing a Nazi symbol, even though he repeatedly tries to equivocate it as such.
And was that a Georgian cross? Yes. Yes, it is. I didn't believe at any point that he, like, ordered it, like, haha, bros, this is going to be so good. For the Jew video, I'll wear this, and they would think it's the Iron Cross. I never believed that.
Okay, so don't bring it up then. As for ER, the worst you could say is that Felix didn't do enough research before shouting him out, which Felix acknowledged and apologized for. Now, following people on Twitter isn't an endorsement of their views. In fact, following someone on Twitter doesn't even imply you necessarily know who they are. Okay, so we have a person with roughly 5,000 hours of content online, and the argument we're making for him being a Nazi is that he worked with Ben Shapiro, a Jewish person. Do I need to explain how irresponsible this is? This wasn't a one-off thing. Vaush made 4 videos about this, repeatedly accusing Felix of being a Nazi.
Is that just looking at it?
This fight would be way easier if I had like a fully upgraded Sandevistan, like better, like an actual, like what do you call it? Mantis blades with like an actual status effect on them.
Videos about this. If the word
But the fact that I have like, the fact that I stupidly and pig-headedly jumped straight into this shit is why I'm currently suffering. Because this build is not optimized at all right now. We don't have any of the necessary cyberware. We don't have, like, we don't have the fucking heal on kill yet. We don't have the heal on kill. We don't have good armor. We don't have good mantis blades. We don't have any good health stuff. Like, the only reason I'm using a shotgun right now is because it does more damage than my mantis blades against metal objects like the weak points of the Chimera. I think I took out all the weak points. Come on, Mantis Blades, let's go. Let me jump. Ah, why didn't it let me jump off? Ooh, we're running out of ammo too. Do we have any other weapons? Nope, I broke them all. Fuck. Okay. This is doable. This is just gonna take a lot of time. Ooh, and I gotta stop fucking around too. Alright, back to the video.
Nazi applies to both Hitler and Felix, it ceases to carry any meaning.
By accusing people that aren't white supremacists of being white supremacists, you are helping white supremacists.
Vaush
True.
calling Ben Shapiro, Felix, Sagar Enjeti, Sam Harris, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson Nazis, or implying it so strongly that the accusation is unmistakable. And similarly, apparently Ben Shapiro, Felix, Antonin Scalia, George W. Bush, Thomas Sowell, Sagar Enjeti, Burgess Owens, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson are all apparently fascists, and I didn't even look for these specifically. I'm sure there are many more.
Also, a big shout out to Thomas Sowell. Not to re-up the I love black people statement, but Thomas Sowell is literally my favorite economist. I love reading his books. He's probably like, reading him and Friedrich Hayek, and oh, there was one more. He was like the Thomas Sowell before Thomas Sowell, but he was Jewish, not black. What was his name? Or is that Friedrich Hayek? I don't think so. Hold on. Friedrich Hayek. Nope. This is not who I was thinking of. Oh, wait. No, wait. Maybe this is. Hold on. No, it's not. Fuck. Okay. It was... Who wrote Capitalism and Freedom? Milton Friedman. Jesus Christ. Okay. Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell, I like a lot. I like reading their books. I think they're very informative. I wish I'd remember Milton Friedman so I don't look like a retard. But I love Thomas Sowell. He still puts out goofy and good videos today on his own channel. I don't know how the hell this man is still alive. Thomas Sowell age. He's 93 years old. God, when he dies, it's gonna be a fucking tragedy, bro. Anyway, calling Thomas Sowell a fascist is quite possibly one of the most retarded things a human being can do. The guy that advocates supremely for like the government to back off of all things. Like to be a fascist, you have to there has to be some desire for the government to have greater control over business and a regular person's life. Like there has to be a lot less freedom involved. Whatever the reason may be for the lack of freedom, like there can be right-leaning and there can be left-leaning reasons as to why you would want a fascistic takeover of the government. That's right, Beans. Yeah, that's right. But Thomas Sowell, the guy that advocated for the government to back off in all things except market forces that couldn't be, or that oh, what's up, bud? You want to come up here? Okay. Talking about Thomas Sowell right now, buddy. That's right. There's no food up here, so I don't know why actually you came up here. Just want butt scratches. The only thing that Thomas Sowell believed that the government should be involved in is like protecting intercontinental trade routes and like protecting business interests against foreign actors. Other than that, Thomas Sowell believed like everything, even down to like currency trade, should be handled by private entities. So the idea that Thomas Sowell is a fascist is quite frankly retarded. So Vaush is an idiot. I have a cat on my lap, and we beat the Chimera. So, you know, everything's looking up for Nihilist Pixel TV, honestly. Oh yeah, yeah, your buddy. Yeah. Where are you going? There, I swear to God, there's no food over here. There's just empty cans of V8.
This goes beyond an innocent misuse of language.
You can see his
Vaush
tail
purposefully
flicking in the
equivocates
fucking
these things to
corner.
try and lambast his opponents as much as possible.
He's looking out the window right now.
And even in the most charitable reading, this is straightforwardly dishonest.
Don't go crazy hyperbole calling everyone who ever does this a neo-Nazi.
Hello, buddy.
To be as good faith as possible,
you're going towards
let's
the
find
power
a single
button.
video
You
on
can't go
Vaush's
towards the
channel
power
which
button.
would be
Very
least
dangerous.
likely to contain misinformation. Vaush claims the most expertise in
Maybe
criminal
in case I put
justice,
you on the floor.
specifically corrections and supervision. And there is a video about precisely this topic where Vaush claims expertise and where Vaush claims to have nailed the video in the description. This video is a response to a PragerU video titled, "Why Are So Many Americans in Prison?" If any video on Vaush's channel is going to be trustworthy, it should be this one.
This was put forward under the pretense of academic legitimacy. If you put all of this forward out of ignorance, I also think that's malicious.
Actually, ooh, I did my baccalaureate thesis, months of research and dozens of pages of writing on the potential economic benefits of prison vocational programs.
Let it first be known that I'm not defending PragerU or whoever this clown is. The premise of this video is disgusting, and nearly all of its contents are misleading. However, I only count 3 outright falsehoods in this video from the PragerU clown, and I also count 3 outright falsehoods from Vaush. The first falsehood Vaush presents is a condemnation of violent and serious offenders, either that it would be necessarily bad or ineffective to provide rehabilitative services for these people, or that letting them out early would be necessarily bad, presumably because they would be more likely to reoffend. None of this is true. Violent and sexual offenses actually have some of the most effective rehabilitation methods, and these offenders have some of the lowest rates of recidivism when compared to other kinds of criminals. Furthermore, violent and sexual offenders get the worst treatment when going through parole and being assigned terms of supervision, so they could easily be the group that is most in need of help, given the premise that our justice system is too punitive and not focused enough on rehabilitation. Every component of Vaush's claim runs contrary to the facts here.
There's a reason why conservatives, like that kid, and the people who give him his money, are so interested in maintaining the status quo. And the reason for that is because felons can't vote.
The second falsehood Vaush presents is that felons can't vote. Again, this is not true. In the vast majority of the country, felons can either vote upon completion of their sentence, or everyone outside of prison can vote. In the stripy states, some felons are permanently disenfranchised, but only in 2 states, Kentucky and Virginia, are all felons permanently disenfranchised. In some cases, felons may need to go through a process to have their voting rights restored, but it is still a blatant falsehood to say that felons can't vote, even in the region that Vaush is talking about.
Keeping felons from voting is a deliberate effort to keep black and brown people from contributing their votes.
Oh,
Then Vaush goes
whoa,
off the
hey,
deep end and
yo,
claims
whoa.
felons
Whoa, yo. Oh, man, saying felons can't vote is saying black people can't vote? Whoa, Vaush. Whoa. Wow. If I was just a little bit more, if I was like Vaush, I would clip the shit out of that and I would post it everywhere. Oh, God. Oh. What a retard.
can't vote because the state hates black people. Yikers. First of all, it's
Yikers.
difficult to ascribe any motivation to an institution, as institutions are made up of an incredible number of different people and policies, etc. And this is particularly true for the US correction system, where most prisoners are in state prisons and jails, and each state has their own, sometimes wildly different standards for handling corrections and supervision. To ascribe motivation to the system as a whole is stupid on its face, but then to say the motivation is racism is just blatantly wrong. Now that Vaush knows about the vast restoration of voting rights, do you think he would admit that the state loves black people? I doubt it. That's 3 blatant falsehoods in the video on Vaush's channel, where he should have the greatest degree of expertise, and in which he claims to have done a great job. Most of his other claims are at least partially wrong as well, but I'm more concerned with claims that he absolutely wouldn't make with a genuine expertise in criminal justice. So, let's look at a few more.
Our prison population is higher both per capita and in total numbers than any other fucking country on earth. How? Well, the real answer how is because of private prisons and because lobbying from those private prisons to increase both the number of crimes and the sentencing length of those crimes.
Do you want to know what before Vaush goes on his little bullshit tirade, do you want to know the real black pilling reason why we have so much fucking crime per cap, or why we have so many people in jail per capita compared to other countries? The real black pilling reason why is because we afford people a lot more opportunity to commit crime versus every other country where your rights are super restricted and you get caught way before on some other bullshit before you even commit a serious offense. We don't have debtors prisons here in America, so you're not going to go to jail for being in debt, but you might go to jail for stealing to pay off a debt that you refuse to pay, or for stealing to pay off a debt, or just stealing, period. Like in Japan, what do you call it? Like, you will get fined if you don't sort out your recyclables. Like, here in America, there's a lot of shit we take for granted that you can and can't do that affords you more comfortability acting out against the state, against your fellow man. Freedom is the reason why we have much higher crime rates than other places. Freedom and a lot of cultural issues regarding politeness and I guess what's a good phrase? Politeness and adherence to civic duty being equated to whiteness. Or a public perception that that's acting white, and then acting white is bad. But mostly it's just freedom. It's mostly just people being allowed and having a culture of thinking they're allowed to talk back and act out against authority figures that increases the likelihood of people having negative interactions with police, which increases the likelihood of going to jail. Like, let's say you're talking to a cop and you're getting annoyed because you feel like you haven't done anything, and so he tells you you're detained and you resist a little bit. Well, now you're gonna get hit with obstruction. Or if you don't want to give an officer your name, he can now hit you with failure to identify. So just that one little itty bitty bit. It's like much more, it's much broader than that, but that's one small example of like how a attitude of being anti-authority can actually lead to becoming, or it can actually lead to a greater likelihood of becoming a criminal than strict adherence to authority figures. Because like if you basically just stand there and you go, oh, here officer, here's my ID. Oh, officer, this is my name. Oh, this is where I'm going. Blah 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 blah. If you have that attitude, the likelihood you're gonna go to jail is super low. There's a video we watched where a black dude is caught with $1 million worth of weed in his trunk, like duffel bags full of pot. And he's honest and upfront about everything. He doesn't go to jail that day. He doesn't get arrested that day. He is given a warrant, or not a warrant, a notification that the federal government will be informed about the amount of pot he had. And the cops tell him like, hey, be mindful because the FDA at some point may be coming to get you, or the marshals may be coming to get you. Just be mindful of that. You know, check your mail, make sure you're adhering to everything because they might, you know, come in and break down your door and come to arrest you. Yeah, the dude was never charged. The black guy didn't get charged because he was working with the cops. Now, is that to say that that's the circumstance for like every police interaction? Like if a black person just complies that they won't like get fucked with? No. But the likelihood of things escalating is much higher in America than it is in like almost every other country, which leads to higher negative interactions with the police, which leads to higher incarcerations, which leads to our higher per capita numbers. But Vaush is going to say it's because the prison industrial complex wants to arrest more people to like make money off of them, which is fucking like, again, just, you know, it's a Vaushism, but it's fucking retarded. How the hell can you possibly make money off of somebody that you have to watch 24/7, feed, clothe, and make sure is clean and healthy? How the fuck are you supposed to make money on that? Let's say a prison guard is making like $50,000, right? Let's say that. It's probably more than that. But let's say it's 50 grand. Let's say you have like 6 officers watching a prison wing with 30 people in it. 6 officers on their own. 6 officers on their own getting paid $50,000 is $300,000 fucking dollars. That's $300,000 you got to shell out for just 6 prison guards. And then you have a bunch of inmates who aren't able to do skilled labor because they can't get access to the capital for it because they're fucking prisoners. You're not going to trust a prisoner around a fucking super high-end machine or around data systems. So what are they doing? They're doing like low... Oh shit, I didn't mean to do the... Alright, there we go. What do you call it? They're doing like low-level minimum wage like effort or jobs. Like cleaning and machine work. How the hell does that add up to $300,000 for like one prisoner? If they were doing like minimum wage, they're not working all day. And if they were working all day, let's say they're working, I don't know, let's be charitable. Let's say they're working 6 hours a day for all 7 days of the week. That's like 42 hours. 42 hours at minimum wage, which they don't have to be paid. It's $304 a week times 4 times 12. That's like $14,616. That doesn't add up to the 50K that the officer is making. The idea that we're making money off of prisons is retarded. That shit is a net loss, which is why we have to fund it with tax money. Like, it has to be funded because it doesn't generate revenue. I don't know. I would have to like look at a whole documentary explaining as to how it is that prison industrial complex is incentivizing police and legislators to arrest more people and put them in jail, because in actuality that just creates a giant burden on the fucking judicial system, because now you've got a bunch of people that have to go through trial. You have to put it on a judge's docket who is also getting paid by the state. You have to have like all these fucking clerks processing all this paperwork. You have all these costs going on simultaneously with the arrest of one individual. And the idea that a prison making money somehow equates to equates to the state. Prison makes money. Prison then somehow sends people out to trick the state into arresting more people, even though that would be more burdensome on the state. Like, the reason we had to abandon Trump made it to where if people come across the border with like women and children, they would have to be separated, and then they would all be detained for the entirety of the time that they were here. That had to be abandoned because of how much that fucking cost. So literally Trump had to go back on a campaign promise to be hard on the border because of how much it was costing. Cost-benefit analysis goes a lot more into policies than I think people are willing to recognize. Like, the government does not have infinite money as much as like people who want like infinite support to Ukraine like to believe. We don't have infinite money. Eventually the coffers are going to run out, or eventually the bill is going to come due. And a state is much more financially responsible. It goes like this. Your own personal household is much more financially responsible than your local government, like your city government. Or your neighborhood association, I guess. Your neighborhood association or your city government is much more fiscally responsible than your state government. Your state government is much more fiscally responsible than the federal government. And the overwhelming majority of prisons fall on the state's head. So, I don't know. To me, the idea that prisons are set up to be like these money-making machines off the back of prisoners is just... Logically, it just sounds retarded to me. I'd have to look more into it, but it just doesn't compute. Alright, now that we did all that, now we can actually start hunting for the fucking relic points.
Crimes because they profit from it. It's to make people money. That's the actual reason why, by the way. It's not just because we hate black people. It's because we hate black people and we want to make a lot of fucking money off their suffering.
Here, Vaush claims that mass incarceration resulted from lobbying from private prisons. No. Private prisons do not drive correctional policy. Private prisons account for less than 9% of prisoners, and an incredibly small amount of money is spent by private prisons on lobbying. In 2020, only $4 million was spent in an $80 billion industry. That is 1/200%. And if you go back a few years to 2014, the amount spent is under $500,000. This is particularly relevant because mass incarceration resulted from policy changes that happened in the 70s and 90s, long before private prisons had even the meager influence they carry today. Private prisons didn't cause mass incarceration. They leech off of it. This is a conspiracy theory that you could only peddle if you knew nothing about the substantive facts of the matter.
Almost like they created a problem that they knew would disproportionately affect like black communities, and then introduced mass incarceration, which they get to conveniently extract slave labor from.
Then Vaush claims that the state has an incentive to lock people up for slave labor. The idea that prisoners are a profitable labor force for the state is demonstrably untrue, as the cost of incarceration dwarfs the labor value of an inmate. The state has no incentive to lock people up for slave labor.
Hold on, what are these numbers? Labor value 7K per year, inflation adjusted, cost of incarceration 15 to 20K. I'm not gonna lie, that number seems a lot smaller than I thought it would. I'm kind of curious as to how they got to that number. I think that's probably only including like food and clothing, and that's it. But when you look at like the cost of something, you have to think more big brain than that. You got to go bigger than that. Because like here's a good example. Jones, do you know why stuff in a gas station in a more sketchy part of town costs more than it does in a safer part of town? Like a bag of Cheetos, a bag of hot Cheetos, my favorite fucking chip. A bag of hot Cheetos in the quote-unquote ghetto is more expensive than it is in a richer neighborhood. It's not stealing is a part of it, but what covers theft? What do you purchase to cover theft? Not security, but something else. Like, what's something you can purchase to protect you and maybe get you another car if your car gets stolen? Yes, insurance. Now, what makes insurance go up? Using it more or using it less? Yeah, the reason why exactly, using it more is what makes insurance more expensive, not less expensive. So, in an area where theft and damage to property is more likely, insurance costs are going to be way higher compared to safer areas. Now, somebody has to eat that cost. At some point in time, somebody is going to eat the cost of a higher insurance payment from the store owners. Now, for a store to run, a store must have a minimum amount of profit. It has to make money. And so the store owner isn't going to not make money. The store owner has to make money or else there's no store. Jesus fucking Christ, they blew up one of the mines near me and it almost killed me. I need to get the hell out of here. Okay. So the store owner literally cannot make less money or else they're going to go out of business. So that price of an increased insurance payment will eventually translate and it will eventually translate to higher prices for goods on the customer. So, son of a bitch, I can't believe fall damage just fucking killed me. So, if you want cheaper prices in an area, there are a lot of factors to think about. You have to think about how much it costs to lease that area. You have to think about how much it costs for utilities in that area. You have to think about how much it costs to have things delivered to that area. And you have to think about how much insurance costs in that area. Because all those things eventually translate to price. And one of the things that a lot of people miss is that they just look at the price and they say, oh, it's higher, therefore X. but that's not enough. It's higher for a reason. And you have to understand the reason to understand the actual problem that needs to be solved. And for broker areas, areas with like higher crime, crime actually ends up costing the people that live there more than it does the criminals, I guess. So like if you're just a good old, you know, good old-fashioned American, you just want to get your snacks and get the fuck out of there, you are actually eating the cost of criminals in your area. Because the store owner can't make money off of the thief. The store owner has to make money off of you, but because the thief is costing extra in insurance, the store owner now has to charge more, which means you now have to pay more. Which has a lot of adverse effects, like people in the area are now going to be poorer because they're paying more for stuff that is cheaper in safer areas, and blah, 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 blah. The goal of the state is to make sure that, or the goal of the state ought to be, crime being at fucking zero. That way, every aspect of daily life can function without, every aspect of daily life can function without a hiccup. So, like, insurance costs are equal because areas are equally safe. That's what you would want. That's not what you get, because increased policing leads to increased incarceration, which leads to people thinking that the cops are fucking racist. Even though the cops are doing what they're supposed to be doing. The cops are fucking arresting people that are committing crimes a majority of the time. Majority of the time they're doing that. And that's what they ought to be doing. But increased police interactions also means increased likelihood for them to fuck up, and then those fuck ups are what make it to where people no longer want them there. So it's a very complex issue that can't just be boiled down to what Vaush and communists would like to do, which is capitalism bad, or white people bad, or just stupid fucking inane shit like that. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Dwarfs the labor value of an inmate. The state has no incentive to lock people up for slave labor, but you don't need to take my word for it because Vaush admits this in another video. Next, let's look at some other criminal justice misinformation, this time about the police. And oh boy, where do we even begin? Vaush has a huge problem with spreading misinformation about the police. Let's begin with a few entire videos that are factually incorrect. First up is a video about Aaron Danielson and Michael Reinl. Reinl stalked Danielson and shot him in the back.
My father is calling me.
The video of this was available.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, back to this video.
Available on social media within hours of the events, and Reinhold was identified by authorities, but Portland police didn't apprehend Reinhold. This led Trump to send in the US Marshals, which resulted in Reinhold's death under circumstances which are disputed. Vaush begins the video claiming that his handling of the situation was—
Dude, Reinhold was a fucking psycho. Who the fuck gives a shit how that guy died? Fuck him. Dude, regardless of political affiliation, he walked up to a guy and shot him in the fucking head for no reason. I mean, if you believe the right-wing version, it's because the guy was a Trump supporter. But absent all of that, he just walked up and he shot a dude in the fucking head. And then the fucking news interviewed him like nothing happened. Fucking Reinhold deserved a lot worse than what he got, which was a quick death by the US Marshals. Regardless of political affiliation, it is not acceptable for you to walk up and shoot someone in the fucking head with literally no threat to your life. Jones, imagine if you fucking are just walking along the street, right? You're minding your business, and a dude who you don't know, that you have not talked to, that you have not in any way, shape, or form interacted with, comes up to you and shoots you in the fucking head and then runs away. That is what Reinhold did. Reinhold is a fucking evil psycho that deserved a lot worse than what he got. And it astounds me that Vaush, it astounds me that anyone would defend this guy. Imagine you get to the pearly gates and you look at Gabriel and you're like, what the hell happened? And Gabriel says, oh, well, you just got shot. You're like, for what? For what? Gabriel's like, I don't know. And he just shrugs his shoulders and then fucking lets you into heaven. Like, fucking, what? I feel like I'm the fucking crazy one. That I'm the one taking fucking crazy pills. If any human being is able to rationalize what Reinhold did. It's psychotic. And then Vaush is, I think I remember this clip. Vaush is like, yeah, and then Trump had the US Marshals go in there and assassinate him. Assassinate him? What? What do you think this is? This is not a fucking political hero. This is not like Gandhi or fucking Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King Jr. This is a fucking random retard psycho that deserved to be shot. What are you talking about? What?
It's incredibly responsible.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching, this was a hit put out by the government because he killed a member of Patriot Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far right. But I didn't want to be hyperbolic. The reason for that is because I'm not a fucking dumbass. I try to be responsible for the most part, and I waited.
So again, this should be a video where Vaush is at his best. Criminal justice is his area of expertise, and he was apparently extra careful to be sure he was delivering this information responsibly. Unfortunately, nearly every single detail of this video is wrong. First of all, Vaush states or implies 5 times that Reinhold was acting in self-defense and shooting Danielson. This is a blatant lie. Reinhold stalked Danielson and shot him in the back. This isn't misleading his audience about a small detail. This is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire video, and Vaush lies about it 5.
I don't know if y'all are squeamish, anybody watching this, but I encourage, if you can get your hands on it, or if you can find it, I encourage everyone to watch that video of fucking Reinhold shooting Danielson. I want you to watch the raw, uncut footage and then come back and tell me that wasn't just a straight up murder. I want people to go out there and watch that shit. Also, what would be better? Damage per hit is 38. Physical damage. There's like literally no benefit to just having regular Mantis blades. Toxic is kind of garbage, so I guess I'm stuck between. I'll let you decide, Jones. What do you think? Electrifying or thermal? Fire or electricity? Electric? Alright. Boom. And then we can upgrade these. Boom. We'll do this. Don't worry, I know. See, I'm speaking to you on a different, on a deeper wavelength. Okay, I can read your mind. I knew what you meant. All right. See, we're on the same page, you and I. Yeah, if you can, back to the subject at hand. If you can get your hands on the video, I recommend everyone go and watch that video. And I need someone, anyone watching this in the future, to try and explain to me how the fuck any reasonable human being can come to the conclusion that that was self-defense. I've seen some shit in my life. I have never seen somebody execute another human being for literally no fucking reason other than they didn't like their politics on camera like that. Like, I've seen people get thrown out of helicopters and hanged. I've seen people get their heads lopped off by like cartels and shit. I've never seen a political killing of just a psycho, like a literal psycho. And then I think the thing that made it so unique to me was that killing was defended super hard by people like Vivian Wolf, fucking stupid communist, not communist, anarcho something or other, communist Twitch streamer, or I think she might have gotten kicked off. And then Vaush, just stupid, psychotic communists defending Reinhold was probably the dumbest thing they've ever did, and yet they'll still die on the hill today and say, "Oh no, that was a bad shooting. They shouldn't have killed him." That's a good litmus test for like how far gone, how left wing somebody is asking them, "Hey, what do you think about the Reinhold killing? What do you think about that shooting?" And if they're like, "Oh my god, it was a tragedy," that's like an insta block.
5 times, despite his earlier claims about being responsible. Remember what happens when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. The rest of the video contains so many falsehoods I don't even have time to mention all of them. Misrepresenting the legal authority and role of police, misrepresenting the legal concept of innocence, misrepresenting the existence of retributive justice under the law, misrepresenting the details of the shooting of Reinhold, misrepresenting Trump's statements about Reinhold, consistently framing the killing of Reinhold as a hit put out by Trump, etc. Almost every individual statement in this video is either misinformation, gross hyperbole, or blatant fear-mongering.
At points like this, when he says stuff like that, I don't know if he expects his audience to know that he's lying. I genuinely don't know. When people watch that, do they think he actually fact-checked it, or do they think he's making a joke? I genuinely do not know.
Then we can look at Vaush's video in the wake of the shooting of Jacob Blake. The video begins with a blatant falsehood. Vaush claims Shapiro is invoking the "he was no angel" argument, but Shapiro isn't. He's discussing why police were there in the first place.
It doesn't matter if Jacob Blake had just finished raping millions of people. Impressive, if nothing else. It doesn't matter.
Then Vaush spreads misinformation
Nice.
about Blake being
Nice
unarmed,
Vaush clip.
continuing to misrepresent the role of police and the illegal concept of innocence, and misrepresenting other basic facts about the case. This is a video about Blake and Shapiro's response to the shooting of Blake, and Vaush totally misrepresents both of them. It's also worth pointing out that Vaush has another video about Blake, released right after the footage went public, and it is way worse. Then we can look at Vaush's video about the 2019 Miramar shootout. Vaush claimed police cars are bulletproof when they aren't, repeatedly claimed that all victims were shot by police when this still isn't known today, and Vaush additionally claimed that UPS refused to compensate the victim who was kidnapped and murdered, despite showing evidence that UPS did compensate the family of the victim 3 different times during the video. And these are just the direct falsehoods, not to mention downplaying the seriousness of the original incident by insisting that no one was killed in the jewelry store when someone was shot, and spending most of the video running defense for the people who robbed the store, shot an employee, and kidnapped Frank Ordonez as an excuse to place all of the blame on police. What about insisting the umbrella guy was an undercover cop when he wasn't?
Doomermedia, I don't know if you'll ever see this, but bro, you gotta take it. You gotta go point by point, bro. I know this would have been like another 30 minutes onto the video, but each and every one of those deserves to like have their clips played or like shown. Like that's fucking crazy. I mean, I know all of it's true, but like it's just crazy how Vaush is just so anti-cop that he'll literally be a misinformation machine against them. Like, regardless of your stance on the cops, I think you can not like police and still be factual about your critiques of them. Like, I know there are cases, I think like the one that's forever burned into my mind is the Philando Castile one. That video is fucking hard to watch. Like, he's literally just... I need to be careful with my language because I'm going to end up sounding like Vaush, but he is sitting in the driver's seat. He tells the officer, I have a gun. It's right there. I'm not reaching for it. Cop tells him, don't reach. Don't reach for it. He says, I'm not. His hands are down. He's not moving. Cop pulls out his gun, shoots Castile, while Castile's hands are still down, and his wife and daughter are in the car with him. And so his wife and daughter are like just screaming in terror as dad/husband or boyfriend or whatever is like dying. Doesn't reach for the gun, never reached for the gun, informs the officer that his identification is next to the gun, doesn't reach for it, doesn't go for it, doesn't lean forward, doesn't do anything, literally is sitting still. Cop, boom, shoots him. That case and that video is seared into my brain. But I don't ever hear Philando Castile's name anymore. I hear Jacob Blake and immediately I cringe because that's the guy that was finger rape or rock star. I almost said the word. Finger rock starring his girlfriend before the cops rolled up. Like, not to make the he was no angel argument, but it kind of seems like an important piece of information to tell people that Jacob Blake was like finger rock starring his girlfriend, and that's why the cops were called. And then the cops tell him, don't reach into the car, don't get in the car. And then he gets into the car and is digging around for a knife that the cops can see. And they keep telling him, don't do it, don't get in the car, don't do it. And then he literally just jumps into the fucking car and then gets shot. Like, I feel like bringing up Jacob Blake is a disservice to people like Philando Castile because there are incidents where the cops are clearly in the wrong. And then equating those two together is just, it's disgusting to me. I think it cheapens the plight that groups being targeted face when you try and say that someone legitimately being treated like shit by the system is equal to that of a criminal getting what they fucking deserve. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. But Vaush is gonna do what he's gonna do.
This guy. So we've got a person here who is essentially unidentifiable, at least by appearance, by way of the full black garb and the gas mask and everything else. Here's a thing that I know for a fact is happening. Undercover cops. There is nothing on earth that can tell me that motherfucker in the black getup with the umbrella smashing those AutoZone windows at the beginning of the protest wasn't a fucking cop.
Or spreading misinformation about Amy Klobuchar and Derek Chauvin.
Amy Klobuchar was one of the people who declined to bring charges against the officers who killed George Floyd.
Or spreading misinformation about Kyle Rittenhouse.
In the second shooting, he was literally laying on his ass, firing shots at people 20 feet away who weren't even moving towards him.
Or spreading misinformation about the Twitter cop planting evidence.
Why did I retweet this? I'm such a fucking idiot, dude. I trusted the fucking headline again.
Are you getting the picture? And keep in mind, this is only misinformation about his greatest area of expertise. If you aren't capable of covering breaking news without spreading misinformation, then don't cover breaking news.
I'm not a news outlet. I don't do breaking news, you know? I'm not a journalist. I don't really have the training or the contacts necessary to update, get live information and verify it on the scene and then update. And I don't want to propagate misinformation. Speaking of which,
if you aren't capable of talking about the police without spreading misinformation, then don't talk about the police. Is this really so complicated? Also, you may be wondering why Vaush is so consistently wrong about the police.
the police don't want to protect American citizens. The police don't want to uphold the law. If they wanted to do either of those things, they wouldn't be behaving the way they're behaving now. What police want is limitless power. That is what the police want. That is the only thing they want. The police as an institution want to be able to drive into the low-income districts of whatever city they happen to squat in, like an occupying force, and just murder people. I hate the police as an institution. I despise it.
And we haven't even gotten to the other misinformation yet, which will now float by on screen. I have 15 pages of notes purely on Vaush's falsehoods. And keep in mind, these are only the verifiable falsehoods. I'm not including gross hyperbole or implying false information or telling half-truths, etc. How do I even cover all of this? Also keep in mind, I didn't watch all of his videos. Only about 80 of the over 1,000 videos on his main channel. I didn't troll through Vaush's Twitter or his second channel or the various clip channels or his streams, etc. It's not an exaggeration to say that his content is riddled with falsehoods, and that nothing he says should ever be trusted without Googling it first. I could spend the next hour going through all of this, but instead, let's see what Vaush thinks about the ethics of lying.
Okay, I said that. I personally said that we're comfortable accepting a level of intellectual dishonesty.
Okay.
Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made. I'm very flexible, I guess, with means or methods. As long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
People just report things that are just factually not true. That's my issue.
Sure, they do that. But
Vaush has been defending lying for political gain for almost 10 years, and it shows in his behavior. As we'll learn later on, this is also fully justified by his personal philosophy. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. You can check the script and my sources to verify all of this for yourself. So just beware that you can never take anything Vaush says at face value.
At this point, when we're in a position where so many people are so willing to lie so flagrantly, sorry, not fragrantly, if they say one thing, if they make a single argument that I could disprove with a single Google search, then what does that say about the rest of the information they have for you? In all likelihood, it means that everything they're saying is horseshit. They're just cobbling together as many stories as they can, and that disproving one of them is enough to dispel the credibility of the rest of the arguments. There is not a good base of conservatives in this country. These people are no different from the Ku Klux Klan. They are no different from the fucking white nationalists who ran terror campaigns in the South back during the 1920s, 30s, 40s. They are absolutely no different from the frothing at the mouth, screaming fucking pasty mayo people who are throwing rocks at black folk going to integrated schools. There is no difference. I completely reject this idea. I completely reject this idea that there has been some sort of noble transition of the conservative base in this country, because it hasn't happened, people. It's still there. They're exactly the same. Nothing has changed. If you have a conservative family member, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem. If you have a conservative friend, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem.
Now we arrive at the part of the video where I need to start making controversial statements, and it's incredibly embarrassing to me that this will be taken as controversial. But there are perfectly decent reasons to be a conservative that have nothing to do with racism. Rather than play a bunch of clips of Vaush dehumanizing these people, I'm just going to let his comments scroll by on screen while I talk. The people who agree with Vaush argue through the lens of historical materialism, and it is precisely through this lens that we see the most common reason people become conservatives. They perceive paying taxes to be against their class interests. This should be the most obvious thing in the world. It's literally a foundational principle for Vaush's worldview. This is also reflected in polls of policy rankings for conservatives.
Shit!
A good chunk of conservatives are single-issue voters on reducing taxation, and I've spoken with several people who voted for Trump who said he disgusted them, and they were sickened to do it. Does that sound familiar? I heard the same thing from people who voted for Hillary. Voting for someone is not an endorsement of all their views. Obviously, Vaush doesn't agree with Biden.
I wonder if he has the quote here. Sorry to rewind so much, but like,
part of the problem.
Now we arrive at
of all conservatism is built up on the exact same principles that are perpetuated today by neo-Nazis. Neo-Nees, American conservatives. I want you to die. I've said this before. I've said this many times before.
the part of the video where I need to
He
start
doesn't
making
have it here.
controversial
Fuck.
statements, and it's incredibly embarrassing to me that this will be taken as controversial. But there are perfectly decent reasons to be a conservative that have nothing to do with racism. Rather than play a bunch of clips of Vaush dehumanizing these people, I'm just going to let his comments scroll by on screen while I talk. The people who agree with Vaush argue through the lens of historical materialism, and it is precisely through this lens that we see the most common reason people become conservatives. They perceive paying taxes to be against their class interests. This should be the most obvious thing in the world. It's literally a foundational principle for Vaush's worldview. This is also reflected in polls of policy rankings for conservatives. A good chunk of conservatives are single-issue voters on reducing taxation, and I've spoken with several people who voted for Trump who said he disgusted them, and they were sickened to do it. Does that sound familiar? I heard the same thing from people who voted for Hillary. Voting for someone is not an endorsement of all their views. Obviously, Vaush doesn't agree with Biden on much. He just sees Biden as being preferable to Trump.
Now, what a lot of people on the left fail to realize is that Democrats like Biden. I'm not saying you have to, because I don't.
Now, really quickly, we need to talk about Trump. I hate Trump. Don't take this as a defense of Trump or his behavior. It's indefensible. But while I'm not willing to defend Trump, I am willing, to some degree, to defend the people who voted for Trump, especially against reckless hyperbole coming from people like Vaush. The main reasons people accuse Trump voters of being racist are immigration policy, the border wall, and the travel ban. Now, before we get into the data of what Trump voters actually think on these issues, let's realize that strict views on immigration don't make a person racist. Do you think Denmark is racist? Denmark's immigration policies are much more strict than the United States. From what I can tell, the current Republican sentiment on immigration was bipartisan in the US until after 2012, and these views are still somewhat common abroad. That doesn't make them racists, and if you actually do have the data on your side, you're going to have a much easier time changing their mind by saying you're wrong about the facts than you're a terrible racist piece of shit. And keep in mind, you would only need to convert about 10% of the Republican base for them to never win a national election again. If you care about political efficacy, you should be very concerned with maximizing your appeal to that 10%, rather than focusing on how bad the worst 10% of the party is. Another thing to point out is that lots of people who voted for Trump probably don't care about immigration at all. Between 55 and 65% of Republicans think immigration should be a priority, meaning that at least 1 in 3 simply don't care. In list of policy priority, it's usually around 4th, sometimes as low as 9th, and is always getting completely crushed by the economy. This is a strong indication that Republicans care way more about things like taxes than immigration. When looking at issue-by-issue polling, things get way more complicated. Roughly 80% of Republicans favored the travel bans, but so did roughly 50% of independents and 10 to 35% of Democrats. That doesn't mean 10 to 35% of Democrats are racist. The travel bans might be taken as a hatred of Muslims, but when asked if Christians should be given priority in immigration, 90% of Americans said religion shouldn't matter. There was between 65 to 80% support of the border wall among Republicans, but 40 to 50% of Republicans supported Dreamers. 55% of Trump supporters think illegal immigrants are as honest and hardworking as American citizens. And you'll see up to 60% support among Republicans of allowing illegal immigrants to stay if they meet certain conditions. Clearly, this is a bit more complicated than Republicans just hating Hispanic people. Then there were some other interesting findings, like 50% of Republicans saying Black Americans faced a lot of discrimination, 45% of Republicans supporting Biden's infrastructure plan that was basically a small version of the Green New Deal, 50% of Republican voters supporting UBI, 45% of Republicans supporting a public option, and 50% of Republicans saying they wish Trump was more presidential and less of a man-child on Twitter. I'm sorry, but this doesn't look like a party of hard-bitten racists. What it looks like to me is a party of people who are collectively vulnerable to fear-mongering about immigration and want to be safe. If you want to get through to these people, the best way to do that isn't to call them racists. If you accuse someone who isn't racist of being a racist, they are likely to write you off entirely. You don't get to complain about conservatives fixating on the culture war if you're in the trenches yourselves. The accusations of Republicans being fascists are honestly so hilarious, I'm not even going to bother finding sources. Perhaps the single greatest aim of the GOP is to dismantle the government, which is the opposite of what a fascist would want. Not to mention, Trump stacked the judiciary, which proceeded to unanimously rule against him, and his comical efforts to overturn the election. If these people are fascists, then they're very fucking bad at it. Now, you might think Republicans are rubes for allowing themselves to be consumed by fear-mongering, but this is hardly restricted to Republicans.
Fear-mongering is a derogatory term for a type of behavior exhibited in a lot of political figures online, especially conservatives, where you try to present information in a way that warrants an unnecessary or exaggerated fear response from your audience.
This is from the Rhinal video. Now that you know pretty much every piece of information in this video is false, watch these clips and tell me what you think Vaush's goal with this video was.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching, this was a hit put out by the government because he killed a member of Patriot Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far right. This was a hit. This was a hit on a political opponent. It could happen to any one of you. You realize that, right?
Nice.
And they will fucking kill you. They will roll up on your house like they are a rival gang, and they will perforate the front of your house while civilians flee to get their 8-year-olds out of the line of fire. It is impossible for me to describe the degree to which our society faces oblivion. We face oblivion. Yeehaw, boys. Here's your silver badge. Let's go do a lynching. Now you gotta wonder, every day of your life, are they gonna deputize a bunch of fucking white nationalists to gun me down in front of my house? Are they going to kill me without even announcing themselves? Are they going to kill my family? We face the greatest conceivable threat to our well-being imaginable right now as activists and left.
I wanted to let this play on for a little bit just so that, like, everyone could get like a full grasp of how like retarded and psychotic Vaush is. But I gotta say, because it's irritating me, I can't believe I have to use fucking I have to use words to avoid the YouTube algorithm censor bot. I have to like avoid specific naughty hoity-toity words. Meanwhile, Vaush can sit there like an a-hole and lie to everyone and tell them they're like one hair's breadth away from getting gunned down by the police, and just straight up lying to them and telling them the cops are like eagerly getting ready to like take over the country and just murder minorities. It is yes that he gets to act with impunity. Meanwhile, the rest of us have to just, you know, be polite and be okay and not, you know, say naughty words. It's just really, 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 really annoying. People like Gokinaru are gonna get like, people like Gokinaru get censored. Meanwhile, Vaush gets to just say this psychotic crap with no consequences.
Complaining people.
So you tell me, viewer, how did that make you feel? Are you vulnerable to fear-mongering? If you're willing to concede that you are, maybe Republican voters are a bit more sympathetic than you thought. And last, let's look at a few more hopeful clips. First, this was Bill O'Reilly's reaction to the murder of Eric Garner.
However, I will say that upon seeing the video that you just saw and hearing Mr. Gardner say he could not breathe, I was extremely troubled. I would have loosened my grip. I desperately wish the officer would have done that. Eric Gardner was obese. He had asthma. He was in no condition to absorb what befell him. Yes, he should not have resisted. But all Americans, every one of us, should pity Mr. Gardner and his family. He did not deserve what happened to him. And I think Officer Pantaleo and every other American police officer, every one, would agree with me. He didn't deserve that.
O'Reilly is basically Tucker Carlson 1.0, and in this video, he gets pretty close to calling the killing a lynching.
I don't know. I'd have to look into the Eric Gardner shit again. A good rule of thumb I have is just don't resist, and when you do resist, I don't really, this sounds cold to say, but white, black, Hispanic, I don't give a shit. The moment you start resisting, I just don't care what happens anymore. I don't care what happens. I feel like resisting is a very small... I feel like not resisting is a pretty minimal threshold one should have with the police. Like, I don't know if it was just because of the way I was raised, but when I was brought up, I was told, don't ever push back or fuck with cops during the arrest. Deal with all the shit that happened to you after it. Because in the moment, they have a lot of discretion as to what they can do with you. And it can be anything from getting a ticket to... Or it can be anything from being given a warning to being, like, killed. Depending on how much you escalate or how much bullshit you do. So, in my mind, yelling, physically struggling, swearing, all of that is just unacceptable. To me, at least. I don't know, just resistance period to me, I just lose sympathy. Like, the reason why Philando Castile affected me so deeply is because Philando is literally just sitting there, not fucking doing anything. Literally just sitting there. Literally. Not figuratively, not metaphorically, not there's extra context that if I gave you would change the whole situation. There's no video out there that's gonna, like, make me look like a retard. Like, Philando is literally sitting there and he gets shot. That to me was tragedy. It's when you start resisting that I'm just like, well, fuck, man. I don't know how to feel bad for you because that would never be me. I would never be in a situation where I'm resisting. If I feel like my rights are getting shat on and trampled, I'm like waiting until after it's all said and done. One, because I want to live, and like I don't know how to make myself crystal clear. I'm gonna do my best right now. Something as simple as being told not to jaywalk can always escalate to you being shot and killed. Always. At all points in time. The smallest interaction with a police officer theoretically can be escalated to the point where you are killed justifiably. The points that bring us along to that end path is how much you're resisting. If you get given a ticket and you don't sign, that's fine. If you get given a ticket and you tell that cop to go to hell, he may escalate it a little bit. But if you get given a ticket and you don't interact with the officer, that's a level of resistance that's going to push us further in the escalation, like, I don't know, spectrum. And then every single act of resistance just gets us closer and closer and closer to where you're going to get shot. And to me, it's not an example of what that's not an example of cops being evil or like the executive, or is that executive? I think that is. Police are under executive, aren't they? They're not judicial. Police, executive, or judicial. Yeah, they are executive. Okay. That's an example of what the executive branch is tasked with doing when it comes to enforcing the law. That's not an example of evil, that's just an example of reality to me. Is that if you do not obey, and not just that you don't obey, if you don't obey and you push and you keep pushing, eventually you come at risk of dying. Like peaceful protesting is not the cops arrest you and then you start thrashing around wildly and then you're trying to like get out of the cops' grasp and you're trying to like you're trying as much as you physically can to get away from the cop. Like peaceful resistance is like you're doing something to obstruct. They tell you cut it out. You say no. They put you in cuffs. You go to jail. That is much different than you're doing something obstructive. They tell you stop. You say no. They try to put you in cuffs, and then you start fighting back, and you start like actually physically fighting. I don't know. Just I lose all sympathy the moment I see resistance. I don't know. I feel like the judicial system is set up in such a way that you do not have to physically resist every time a cop treats you unwell. And if we were ever at a point where that wasn't the case, where the cops truly were untouchable, then it probably would be time to, I don't know, have the giant socialist revolution, but we're not anywhere near that right now. So I just have no sympathy once I see somebody resisting. So that comment from Bill O'Reilly, I don't necessarily agree with. I'd have to rewatch the Eric Gardner thing. But if I watch Eric Gardner and they're telling him chill out over and over and over again, and I just see Eric Gardner constantly like thrashing and like trying to fight, like trying to resist them, then I don't have any sympathy. I feel bad for the family. I don't really feel bad for Garner at that point, but that's just me. I wouldn't really, I wouldn't shit on people that did, but just personally, I just don't. I, I just can't bring myself to give a shit.
O'Reilly unambiguously sides with Garner's family and against the police.
There is no black man who could die at the hands of the police whose treatment they would not then defend or laud.
What was Fox News' initial reaction to the murder of George Floyd?
What was this? There is no black man who could die at the hands of police whose treatment conservatives would not. I mean, that's just inherently not true. But whatever, Vaush, feed whatever bullshit line to your fucking fan base that you want, you fucking retard. Fuck you, dude.
What was Fox News' initial reaction to the murder of George Floyd?
Where's the training of these guys? How do you not know the neck is that sensitive?
And Sean, where is the officers that are standing near this guy who are willing to stand up and stop him?
But the protesters are looking at what the local police have done, and they haven't arrested anybody. If you or I were caught on tape choking someone to death, I would assume that we'd be in prison by now. Why do you think the people on the ground feel like there has not been justice, and what is the White House going to do about that?
Yeah, Martha, I can tell you, take the uniform off of that police officer, just have a man with his knee on another man's neck, there'd already be an arrest. And I don't need to wait on the feds. This is a violation of Minnesota state law. This is murder.
And does anyone remember when Bernie Sanders had a town hall with an audience from Fox?
Is raising a starvation minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, which has not been raised in 10 years, to $15 an hour, a living wage, a radical idea?
Yes.
Is making public colleges and universities tuition free so that all of our people have the opportunity to get a higher education in a competitive global economy. Is that a radical idea? Is doing what every other major country on earth does, guaranteeing health care to all as a right. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. This is not a communist society up there in Montreal.
What is this shit? How long is this? An act to enact the Online Harms Act, to amend the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child CP by persons who provide an internet service and to make consequential the and related amendments to other acts. Summary. Part 1 of the enactment enacts the Online Harms Act, whose purpose is to, among other things, promote the online safety of persons in Canada, reduce harms caused to persons in Canada as a result of harmful content online, and ensure that the operators of social media services in respect of which that act applies are transparent and accountable with respect to their duties under the act. That act, among other things, establishes a Digital Safety Commission of Canada whose mandate is to administer and enforce the act, ensure that operators of social media services in respect of which that act applies are transparent and accountable with respect to their duties under the act, and contribute to the development of standards with respect to online safety, create the position of digital safety ombudsperson of Canada, whose mandate is to provide support to users of social media services in respect of which the Act applies, and advocate for the public interest in relation to online safety. Establishes the Digital Safety Office of Canada, whose mandate is to support the Digital Safety Commission of Canada and the Digital Safety Ombudsperson of Canada in the fulfillment of their mandates. Imposes on the operators of social media services in respect of which that Act applies a duty to act responsibly in respect of the service that they operate, including by implementing measures that are adequate to mitigate the risk that users will be exposed to harmful content on the services, and submitting digital safety plans to the Digital Safety Commission of Canada. A duty to protect children in respect of the services that they operate by integrating into the services design features that are provided for by regulations. A duty to make content that sexually victimizes a child or re-victimizes a survivor, and intimate content communicated without consent inaccessible to persons in Canada in certain circumstances, and a duty to keep all records that are necessary to determine whether they are complying with their duties under the Act. Authorizes the Digital Safety Commission of Canada to accredit certain persons that conduct research or engage in education, advocacy, or awareness. Trying to find the big stinking one. Provides that persons in Canada make a complaint to the Digital Safety Commission that authorizes the governor of the council to make regulations respecting the payment of the charges. Part 1 makes consequential amendments. Other parts. Part 2 amends the criminal code. Let's see. Part 2 amends the criminal code to, among other things, create a hate crime offense of committing an offense under the Act or any other act of the Parliament that is now motivated by hatred based on certain factors. Create a recognizance to keep the peace relating to hate propaganda and hate crime offenses. Define hatred for the purpose of new offense and the hate propaganda offenses, and increase the maximum sentences for the hate propaganda offenses. Let's see. Let's look for that hate definition. Kind of curious. Hate crime. The Act is amended by adding the following after Section 320.1, hate crime, offense motivated by hatred. Everyone who commits an offense under this Act or any other Act of Parliament, if the commission of the offense is motivated by hatred based on race, national or ethnic origin, language. I can't make fun of Quebecian French anymore? What the fuck? If the commission of the offense is motivated by hatred based on... I hate the way that Quebecian French, Quebecian English, Quebecian anything sounds is irritating, and it grates against my ears. I can't make fun of that anymore in Canada? Are you fucking kidding me? Motivated by hatred based on race, color, religion, sex, age. I can't make fun of young people anymore? Well, again, this only applies in Canada. This is not here in America, where, you know, this is in the great freedom land of Canada that Bernie Sanders is saying, the not communist hellhole. Language, color, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression is... So I can't make fun of old people in Canada, and I can't make fun of fucking young people in Canada, because I can't express my genuine hatred for both groups. That's... And liable... Whoa, what the fuck is this? Okay, when I read this article, I thought that they were embellishing, right? I thought they were, like, playing it up as news stories usually go, but I want to read this out in its entirety real quick. Everyone who commits an offense under this Act or any other Act of Parliament, if the commission of the offense is motivated by hatred based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression, is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for life. So, to be clear, the maximum offense or the maximum level of punishment in Canada for saying something uncouth or saying something that they deem is hateful is life in prison. You could be sent to jail in Canada for life for saying something mean or, to be fair, hateful on the internet. Now, to be fair to Mr. Bernie Sanders, when he said this was 2 years ago, right? This bill is coming up. When is this bill coming up? It's coming up. Bill C-63. When is Bill C-63 to be voted on? Finally, an indigenous council tabled in Parliament for February. Oh, this is already debated on. Oh shit, is Bill C-63 passed? I don't care about C-21 and C-18. C-23. Has Bill C-23 passed? Wait, why does it say when was? Oh, Jesus. I'm getting the wrong number, for Christ's sake. 63. When is Bill C-63 to be voted on? This says... What? Did it just... What the fuck? Voted. Passed. Huh. Interesting. It hasn't passed yet, but again, very interesting that the place where Bernie Sanders is like, does this sound like a communist hell? It was back then, and they're just becoming more blatant with it as time goes on. That's my counter argument to Mr. Sanders. Canada is a fucking horrible communist hellhole with unworkable free medical care where it's gotten so bad that they will literally advocate that you kill yourself instead of being able to take advantage of the free healthcare. So, to Bernie Sanders' point, yes, Canada is a socialist hellhole. Also, to expound on an earlier point, the minimum wage should be like $0, in my opinion. There shouldn't be a minimum wage. I think that employers should be able to pay whatever the fuck. I think that employers and employees are perfectly capable of reasoning out what it is that they would like to pay one another in order for services, and I think that artificially inflating the price of labor to $7.25 is stupid because that price is completely arbitrary, especially with the recent arguments to raise it, clearly showing that the point of a minimum wage in the mind of people like Bernie Sanders is to like make it so somebody can live on minimum wage. But the reality is the higher you increase the minimum amount you can pay somebody, the fewer jobs are going to be available. Why, if I was a McDonald's, why the shit would I not immediately start gearing my business towards towards like having no cashiers and having kiosks that may need to be fixed every once in a while, as opposed to me having to pay $15 a fucking hour for a cashier. There is no business on planet Earth that will not start heavily gearing itself towards automation the higher that the minimum wage goes. If the minimum wage is at 0, you're going to see a lot more jobs open up. Like a shit ton more jobs open up. Because now we have a realistic minimum wage. And the minimum wage is, in reality, $0. Because you can just not be employed. You can just not have a fucking job. Minimum wage doesn't really matter if you don't have a fucking, if you're not, like, if you do not have a job, $15 an hour doesn't fucking help you at all, because you don't have anything. So, I don't know. I like Bernie Sanders' energy. It's just all of his policies make my spine make my whole body itch.
They guarantee health care to all. They spend 50% of what we spend.
They guarantee healthcare to all only if you're willing to wait like a fucking week to see a doctor. And now they're recommending that you end your own life rather than getting healthcare if you have cancer, which is pretty interesting. I mean, only in like I think Oregon and somewhere else can a doctor recommend that you just end your own life. But it's just funny that the utopian healthcare system is triaging healthcare to the point where like you have to wait weeks and weeks to see a doctor. On top of that, they're telling you you should probably just end your own life instead of fucking coming to see us.
Is passing a Medicare for all single-payer system a radical idea?
Yes.
And let's remind ourselves, what does Vaush have to say about all this?
All of conservatism is built upon the exact same social principles that are perpetuated today by neo-Nazis. I understand this may sound a little bit facetious, but I assure you I'm being entirely serious when I say this. American conservatives are fascists.
Now, I have been accused of being hyperbolic in this respect before, but I am not being. There is a large contingent of conservatives in this country, not all of them, but a large number of them, who just like it when black people are killed.
Psychotic.
And I think the first thing that we should learn from this story, I mean, what's the first thing we should learn here? Conservatives are evil? Great, easy, wow. And Republicans want to do that because Republicans are racist. I don't think neoconservatism and fascism are two, like, really, really distinct things. A lot of people in the Republican Party probably do just want to say the N-word and, like, throw rocks at black people.
Ah, yes. Nuance. It's fine to not like conservatives, but it is not acceptable to act like everyone who votes Republican is a Nazi. Doing so is politically destructive, demonstrably untrue, and deeply counterproductive to progressive goals. We can talk to these people. We can work with these people. But that's never going to happen if we think that half of the country are literally Nazis.
And I think that passion requires a lot of introspection, because there are a lot of people out there who think they're making the world a better place, when in reality they're making it a horrible place to live in.
This section needs some disclaimers. I am not an expert in philosophy. However, I did consult with a number of people who are, so I should do a reasonable job of explaining these ideas. And second, I made a serious effort to charitably assess Vaush's moral system, but there simply isn't any way to account for all the contradictory things he's said. From my vantage point, Vaush's moral system is just whatever is needed at the time to justify what he wants to do or say. That being said, I was able to synthesize his most common moral statements to come up with two primary positions he may be defending. The first position Vaush seems to support is direct, actual consequentialism. Consequentialism means that the moral worth of an action is determined by the consequences of that action. Most consequentialist positions consider intentions or expected outcomes, because human agents don't have access to the future. But with Vaush, we have a problem. Vaush only takes intentions or expected outcomes into consideration for people he likes. This is very much an intentions for me, outcomes for thee kind of situation. This inconsistency undermines any claim Vaush may have to being a genuine consequentialist. To have a genuine position, he would either need to consider intentions for his opposition, or not consider intentions for his allies. The second position Vaush expresses is metanormative nihilism. You would think I was lying if I described this myself, so I'll let Vaush explain it to you.
You're in a state of complete nihilism about the world.
This was a conversation he had with Rem. I hate Rem. I think Rem is just as much of a stuck-up loser as Vaush is. The only reason Rem looks good here is because Rem is talking to fucking Vaush. I think Rem is a hyper-aggressive manlet who is incapable of having a polite conversation with anyone that disagrees with him. And then when you match his energy, he'll cry about how you're being ableist because he's autistic or some shit and he can't understand when he's coming off that way. But he does it every fucking time he debates with somebody even slightly right of where he is. And I'm going to say it again, the only reason he looks good in this conversation. Also, his full name is Rem the Bath Boy. I don't know if he still streams or not. You can watch, like, any of what he says and understand where I'm coming from. I don't like Rem. It's not that we don't agree philosophically, politically, but, bro, it's just his attitude that fucking stinks. Dude, like, it... God, I kind of want to go watch some of the clips. It's crazy how fucking hyper-aggressive he is. It's insane. Like I work with people who are not like I do social work and fucking I like in my workplace there are people with autism and I have never in my life had a conversation so fucking heated to even come close to what Rem does on a regular basis, and then he blames his autism. I've had awkward conversations with people that are autistic, but it's fine. I'd rather have an awkward conversation than have a fucking heated debate with somebody who is calling me a fucking monster, psychopath, fucking racist, evil bigot, and then the moment I push back, they go, oh, well, I'm autistic. I didn't realize that offended you. It's trippy. It's trippy to, like, watch and try to understand. I hate Rem. I hate him so fucking much. Autism or not is no fucking excuse to be like one of the rudest people I've ever had the displeasure of watching. It's not even like when people are rude on the internet, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's fun. But with Rem, it's just awkward because he pushes so fucking hard. Hey, what's up, Ed? Like, he just pushes and pushes and pushes and pushes and pushes. And like nobody's having fun. Nobody's enjoying Rem's like shtick. But Rem can't pick up on that. That might be autism, but his insistence to be nasty is why I don't like him, and I don't buy the excuse that, oh, it's my autism.
No one's
fuck
position
Rem.
is more
justified than another.
Inherently, no. Correct. It's not a matter of absurdity. It's how the world works. I think it's a fact of the world. I don't think you can empirically justify any of this. All of history and all of thought is just power grabs between people who can decide subjectively whether or not their positions are better than others.
Power grabs.
unironically,
Wow.
in some cases,
The
yes.
truth of whether the Holocaust happened? A power grab.
Yes!
Wow. Okay.
Yes!
Well, with that, I'm going to peace out.
That right there is a perfect encapsulation of what I'm talking about, Jones. This is what I'm talking about when I say I can't tell if he's stupid or if he's just trying to win an argument. It's not a matter of absurdity. It's how the world works. I think it's a fact of the world. I don't think you can empirically justify any of this. All of history and all of thought is just power grabs. Between people who can decide subjectively whether or not their positions are, math is all power grabs. Unironically, in some cases, yes. I want to know in what fucking case a mathematical proof is just a power grab by a group or a political force. What mathematical proof is out there that is literally just asserted through political or like physical power? Truth is not a fucking power grab. Truth is truth is truth is truth. What you do with truth can determine what you do with like political power grabs and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you know, fucking what do you call it? What is it? Schrodinger's cat is either in the box or not in the box. You lift the box top and it's there's a cat or there's not a cat. There is truth. Vaush saying that truth is just a power grab is either an example of him being an idiot, him being disingenuous, or him genuinely believing that there is no such thing as a truth.
A power grab.
Yes!
Wow. Okay.
Yes!
Well, with that, I'm going to peace out.
There is no good and evil.
Vaush to Mort.
There is only power. And those too weak to seek it.
Metanormative nihilism is the position that there is no truth and there is no morality. A natural consequence of this is a belief that the world is nothing but a power game, which Vaush seems to fully embrace. In practice, this is the position that Vaush acts out far more than the first position, but it's hard to believe he actually understands it, because the position of metanormative nihilism is beyond absurd. When I explained Vaush's positions to a professor of ethics and political philosophy, he responded that Vaush wasn't advocating for socialism, he's advocating for Syria. And this is because something like the Syrian state in the middle of a civil war is exactly what things would look like were everyone to adopt metanormative nihilism. It's just a power game. There are no right or wrong actions. In fact, there's no truth at all. Just do whatever you can do to get ahead. In this worldview, there was nothing wrong with slavery before 1863. And in fact, there's nothing wrong with slavery at all in a moral sense. It's only wrong in a legal sense. The law is the only basis you have for judging people's actions, which gives some insight into why Vaush becomes so concerned with the law in situations where people might normally discuss morality. The Kyle Rittenhouse situation comes to mind. If Vaush was to adopt this position seriously, he would have no cause to complain on moral grounds about anything anyone ever did. You could torture him, kill his entire family, and cannibalize them, and Vaush would have no good reason to object on moral grounds. It seems very unlikely for anyone to actually see the world this way. In practice, Vaush's position is that of...
What do I think of the Wall Street Journal? It's a newspaper? Like what specifically? I don't know. It's a newspaper. I mean, when it comes to like newspapers and media organizations fucking up, I just kind of expect it, which is why I wait like a week until after a story comes out for information. And then if I read anywhere in the story that like something is still under investigation, I don't fucking stake out a position. Like I want to know all the facts before I even say shit on a topic. Like I'll give my initial thoughts. I'll be like, "Oh, well this is kind of what I think, or this is what I kind of think," but I'm not going to come out here like Vaush and be like, oh, this is what happened. Like, regardless of the news source, there's no news source, I believe, to such an extent that I would be willing to stake my, I would be willing to trust with, well, I guess anything. I have to wait and see everything. Like, I trust them to try to do their best with a news story. I trust them to try to do their best, but god damn it, I'm stuck in this fucking goofy little cutscene that they're having. There we go. I trust them to try to do their best from as best as they can do, but obviously reporters are biased. Publishers are biased. Not publishers, what are they called? The people that actually go over the stories. Executives are biased. News anchors are biased. Like, everyone's fucking biased. There is no news source that isn't biased, so it's best to just take the facts and the truth of what's in the paper to heart and then ignore the narrative. So, I don't know. To me, Wall Street Journal is equivalent to Fox News. Fox News is equivalent to CNN. CNN, like, the hit rate that they might have may be different. Like, the amount of times they get something right versus wrong may be different, but to me, it doesn't really matter so long as you be patient and wait before getting upset or before formulating an opinion. So long as you wait, eventually the truth will arise. Like, if a news station fucks up, they have to admit it at some point or they're going to be held legally liable. So CNN can fuck up like 100 times, but give a week after each time and you'll get the actual truth from CNN. You just have to give it time. I'm just gonna kill this guy straight up. Fuck these guys. Stop it. I want his gun. So that's just, but that's how I feel about like all of them. I like every news source. I used to like the Associated Press a lot, and then they really showed their their true colors during the Trump administration. And then I was like, okay, well, they're no better than everyone else, so I might as well just rely on them about as much as I rely on everyone else. Also, Jesus, my car is just bouncing. I'm into the theories behind economics when it comes to like the actual markets and stuff. No, I don't keep track of that shit. I used to, but it's a lot. I don't keep track of that shit no more. I like hearing about like the differences between economic systems and like the political implications and theories behind different economic systems, but I'm not too into like the actual markets themselves. It's like stock trader and it's like stock trader shit, and it's just not something I would. If I focused on it a lot, I think I'd be okay at it, but I just, I don't know, it doesn't tickle my brain as much as like I could read I don't know, I could read basic economics or I could read Capitalism and Freedom front to back like 3 times before I pick up a stock report or the implications or a report on the implications of like crops growing 3% like under market value, I don't know, in fucking Zimbabwe or something, and the effects that it's gonna have on tuna prices in Zimbabwe. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, that shit just doesn't. It's not interesting to me. Like, I think the communists have this idea. Do you know what the labor theory of, or the value, the labor theory of value, I think is what it's called. Fuck, make sure I'm getting this right. Okay, yeah, I got it right. Okay, so the labor fuck me. There's like a bunch of different theories as to what like in economics there's a bunch of theories covering a bunch of different subjects, and economics is basically just a study of like how people interact with markets or how markets are set up based on the people that are within them. And I just like listening and reading about the theories that people go over and like the studies that back up different theories. And so Marx had this idea that Marx had, I'm going to ignore that you said that. Marx had this theory that all labor is inherently valuable, and I think that theory is bullshit and retarded. I think that I agree more with the theory that, not the theory, but I agree, well, it is a theory. I agree more with the theory that labor or the value of anything is only that to which someone is willing to pay. Like materials, time required to make it, skill, none of that shit matters. All that matters is what somebody is willing to pay for an object. That's what I believe. But Marx believed that no object is valuable absent the labor that was used to create it, and so labor itself has to have has to be paid in a certain way, and that people that put the labor in to make an object are being stolen from inherently through capitalism, because they're not receiving the fruits of their labor, because they're not receiving the, it's like if I make a pencil, right? For a, like, let's say I work at a steel mill, right? And I work all day making steel beams. I'm not making money from the steel beam. I'm making money from putting my labor into making the steel beam. The company is making money from selling the steel beam. Marx believed that you, the individual, are entitled to the profits of the selling of that steel beam, not the company that you work for getting it. Just very quickly, the reason I think that's bullshit is because you didn't actually make the steel beam. You used the machinery that your company provided to you, and the teaching that someone else provided to you, and the infrastructure this company had to build up in order to build that steel beam. Because like if I put you in the middle of a fucking field, you're not going to be making steel beams. But if I put you in a factory that was built and paid for by the company, and the machinery you're working on is built and paid for by the company, that's the only way you're going to make that steel beam. So the company provides you the capital to make the steel beam. So you aren't necessarily entitled to 100% of the profit, because you weren't 100% involved in the start to finish making of that steel beam. Also, Karl Marx, like the biggest communist, like the communist, the guy that wrote the fucking Communist Manifesto. Fucking goofy German. What? What are you butt browing me for? We're waiting. All 4 viewers are waiting on you, Ed. You said that you shouldn't get 100% of the profit because you weren't the only one who produced it. I mean, you weren't like 100% responsible for the production of it. So no, you shouldn't get 100% of the profit. You shouldn't get the profit. You shouldn't get the profit of the object, period, in my mind. Fuck me. Karl Marx came back from the grave and fucked my shit. Like, let's say you made a sandwich, Ed, and you sold the sandwich. Did you yourself, Ed, grow the wheat and mill the wheat required to make the bread for that sandwich, the protein in that sandwich, did you raise the cow to slaughter? Did you, fuck, what's the name of it? Did you, fuck, I can't remember the name of it. Pasteurize, that's what it is. Pasteurize the cheese. Did you, raise the chickens and, fuck me, how did I, fuck, god damn it. Did you raise the chickens and let them lay eggs to make mayonnaise, for the sandwich? You didn't do any of that. You didn't do fucking any of that. So why the hell should you get the 100% profit for putting that sandwich together and selling it to me? A Subway worker puts together ingredients to give me a sandwich. They didn't make the fucking sandwich. They don't get 100% of the profit because Subway is the one that's purchasing the ingredients and allowing them to make that sandwich. The fucking Subway employee didn't invent the microwave machine behind them that's super toasting the fucking sandwich. The employee is just putting it in the machine and hitting a button. So why the hell would any employee deserve 100% of what is created if they themselves are not 100% involved in the creation of said object? That's crazy. I see what you're saying, but don't everyone get profits at the end of the day? I mean, not really. So if you have stake in a company, maybe, if you have stocks, yeah, you're getting profits at the end of the day because the amount that the company is valued at will be increasing based on your efforts, and then because you own stock, then you have a share of the valuation of the company, but at the end of the day, you're not entitled to profits. When you get paid a wage, you're not actually getting paid profits from the company, you're getting paid a wage. That's another thing. When you get paid by a company, even if the company is in the red for that year and they lose money, you're getting paid still. The cool part about capitalism is that you have to be paid. You have to get your fucking salary or your earnings. You have to. They legally can't just not give you money. So even if the company or the business that you're working for is doing badly that year, you're still going to get paid. So you're not entitled to any of the profits, but that also means you're not responsible for any of the bad. You don't have to take on any of that responsibility. Oh, I don't know what you're saying then. If you're talking about at the end of the day, do you get profits? No, you don't get profits. You just get paid. But being paid is not profits. Being paid is actually a cost. Your wage is actually a cost to a company. It's not... got us way off topic of this fucking Vaush video that I've been watching this video for an hour and it's been 5 hours, Ed. It's been 5 hours we've been watching this one video. Okay. If you give a company $50, okay? The company is getting $50, okay? What the company does with this money is completely up to them. You, the employee, get paid. Let's say you get paid, I don't know, let's say you get $7.25 an hour. Okay? So now the company just lost $7.25 of the money they earned. Okay? What is that? I'm not doing quick math on top of explaining all this shit. Hold on. Okay, $42.75. Okay. So now the company has $42.75. This is profit. This right here, your pay, does not come from this number. Your pay comes from this number. Your pay is an expense that the business has to deal with. This, at the end of the day, belongs to them, the company. The corporation gets this money at the end of the day. But you did not get a portion of this sale, okay? You got some kind of fund. You got some kind of expense from this fund right here. But this isn't profit. This is profit. This is money after our expenses. But it's not just they're not just paying for your fucking wage. They're also paying for like utilities, insurance. They're paying for whatever legal shit they have to pay. They got to pay taxes. Like, there's all kinds of crap that they're paying for with this money from the customer. And your wage is one of them, but the profit is this. This number after all our expenses. This is the profit. And under Marx's theory, you ought to be getting all of that. But Marx's theory is retarded because Marx doesn't account for any of what you were using along the way to make that sale. Everyone in the production chain gets paid, but they're not getting paid profits. Like, that's like saying I guess if you want to look at it that way, you can, but that's like saying your utilities are getting a portion of the profits. That's like saying your light bill is getting a portion of your profit. Like, whenever we look at like a profit margin, we're looking at how much money we're making after expenses. It's like a profit margin on like a grocery store sale is like pennies on the dollar. It's like 2 cents per sale of an object or of a product. Because when we sell an item, we're not selling an item just for what made the item, because Marx was stupid and he thought that every item should cost what it cost to make, which is insane. What we're really paying for at the end of the day is everything that led to making that product and getting that product on the shelf. You're paying for, when I hand $3.25 to a person for my can of Monster, I'm paying the individual salary that made that Monster can. I'm paying the utilities and all the legal fees and bills and whatever other bullshit we can fit into the Monster Corporation. I'm paying for everything the vendor, aka the gas station, is having to deal with. I'm paying for the gas station employee's wage. I'm paying for the gas station's upkeep. I'm paying for all of that, and I'm paying for taxes and shit that go on top of all that. When you hand over that $3.25, that's what you're actually paying for that object. But it's hard to think of every object like that. But that's how capitalism actually works. But Marx was under the impression that that's bullshit and that everything is only worth that which it takes to put into it, which would make everything infinitely more expensive under the system unless the government were to reallocate it, which is one of the things that Marx advocated for, was reallocation of funds and of goods through the government. So, like I said, I like the theories and ideas behind economics more than I like the stock market. And it's just because I like that shit more. I like that nerdy behind the scenes shit, the why of what we do. I like that a lot more than I like the actual market itself, but again, that's just me.
Of a moral free rider, it justifies any actions Vaush may like to take, while Vaush can hide behind the cloak of common moral sentiment, knowing that no one will take him up on his bargain. He even admits as such.
I don't want to get punched in the face, but I want other people to get punched in the face. So I've had to develop and pardon me for sounding pretentious, I've had to develop a set of.
The off-topic conversation is fine, and I love it. The only thing is that I have to take my dog out for a fucking walk soon. Matter of fact, you know what? We're gonna do that right now before we get back into this video. All right? I'm going to take a short 5-minute break, and then I'll be much more. Listen, I love the off-topic conversation, but the problem is that the off-topic conversation leads us to like 30, 40 minutes of talking, and this dog cannot wait any longer. I thought like, okay, I'll finish this video and then I'll take him out. That was like 3 hours ago, unfortunately, for this dog. For this poor dog right here. Come here, Bubba. Show them how bad you're suffering, because you have to wait on me. Oh, my balls! Okay, so I'm going to take my dog out real quick, and then I'll be back, and then we'll keep this video going, and we'll keep the conversations going. Okay, go outside. Go outside. Yes. Go outside. Okay, so I will be right back. What are you screaming about? My cat is currently screaming right now. Taking dog out. Be back in 5. Oh, be back in 5. Boom. Bam. Bop. And then I guess move the text down a little bit. Okay. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. My headphones decided to reveal to me as I sat back down that they are in fact dead, so I had to plug in my stuff. It was cool. Now the camera's off because I moved my USB bus. Shit is just going hectic. My headphones were reading that they had like three, what do you call it? 3 bars. And now my headphones are telling me that they're dead, so I had to plug them in. And then because I use my USB mount, there we go. Because I moved my USB bus, fucking stop fucking with the cat. Dog is pissed now. The dog has pissed now. The dog is full of energy. Now he's fucking with the cat. Oh boy. Now my headphones are making the noise as if they're dying. Anyway. Oh yeah, back to the video.
Principles and of ways in which those principles could be practically enacted, which allow for the punching of Nazis and don't allow for the punching of me and my soft jaw.
Now you, viewer, are free to adopt whatever normative position you like, but I strongly suggest you don't adopt one similar to this that makes you look like a fucking lunatic. Instead of trying to disentangle all this nonsense, I'll instead recap some parts of the Platonic dialogue Gorgias, as it covers most of the relevant themes to address Vaush's behavior. Gorgias is a dialogue between Socrates and a group of sophists, including the titular Gorgias, a rhetorician, and his students. We begin with Gorgias identifying himself as a rhetorician, which is particularly relevant because Vaush is also chiefly concerned with rhetoric, persuasion, and optics.
I think the impact of rhetoric, as in the positions that we're in, is always going to be greater than the impact of policy.
Then they clarify that the use of rhetoric produces conviction but not knowledge. In plain English, they're saying that someone can be persuasive while also being clueless.
Oh yeah, wait, didn't Bush literally steal the 2000 election? I'm sorry, somebody in chat just mentioned that, but yeah, the 2000 election was shady as shit. I completely forgot. With the Jeb Bush and the governor of Florida and the butterfly ballots, I completely forgot that. He got away with it, actually. He got away with stealing that election.
Then they discuss the obvious implication. Rhetoric would be a horrible tool to be wielded by an amoral person. Gorgias affirms that only a just person should wield rhetoric.
I don't believe morals are a fact of the world.
In response to this, Socrates criticizes rhetoric as being immoral. To Socrates, with the use of rhetoric, the concepts of right and wrong become perverted into whatever can help one gain power. And rhetoric goes hand in hand with manipulativeness.
I care about my truth in the world.
Then, Gorgias' student Polus gets ass mad that Gorgias is losing the debate and decides to jump in, telling Socrates that it's ridiculous to expect someone to admit that they are an immoral person. Socrates then explains, at considerable length, that he sees rhetoric as a form of ornamental flattery. He explains that sophistry and rhetoric merely impersonate the legislative process and the administration of justice. This establishes a full critique of rhetoric. Number 1, rhetoric produces conviction, not knowledge. Number 2, rhetoric is a dangerous tool to be wielded by an immoral person. And number 3, rhetoric merely impersonates the greater arts of law and ethics. Furthermore, Polis's previous statement is particularly troublesome because we can't expect someone wielding rhetoric to know whether or not they are just, meaning rhetoricians had the tools to enact evil without knowing whether or not they are evil. Vaush will always claim to have a resolute moral compass, but when pressed, he'll admit that he doesn't even think morals exist, and the world is merely a theater for power games. Such a person wielding rhetoric is a dangerous thing indeed. Socrates then begins to compare rhetoricians to tyrants, and begins to argue that rhetoric is self-defeating, because utilizing rhetoric to stir conviction without wisdom leads one to act against their own self-interest. This is the beginning of a long conversation about the nature of justice, which continues when Callicles jumps into the conversation. Callicles begins making an immoralist argument that is critical of philosophy itself, which is similar to the arguments made by Glaucon and Thrasymachus in other works of Plato. Callicles' position is very similar to Vaush's position, rejecting morality and embracing a...
I don't know shit about fucking philosophy to this extent, so I'm just gonna sit here and listen for a moment. If y'all have any pushback, if either of you know fucking... If anybody... Beans! Quiet! I'm speaking. Come here. Come here. Why are you screaming? The cat wishes to put his 2 cents into the philosophical debate. Yeah, I don't know much about this type of philosophy, so if anybody would like to chime in, go on ahead. For the most part, it's just nerd shit. It's just interesting that I think that Doomer probably should have steered away from this subject, because when dealing with somebody that will lie on the spot in order to win a debate, debating philosophy is kind of fucking useless, because they are not going to hold themselves to any... They're not going to hold themselves to any pre-created... They're not going to hold themselves to any prescription. They're only going to do what is necessary in order to win. So they could say they're one thing in one moment, but they're going to say they're another thing in another moment in order to win. So what's the point in even trying to hold them to a certain standard? Basically, ultimately, I think Vaush is so fucking slimy that it's pointless in trying to give a critique to his philosophy, because his philosophy is only a servant. His philosophy is not a master. His philosophy is a servant to his desire to win in a debate or in an argument, which is probably something that Doomer is pointing out, and it's going over my head, but yeah, I just don't understand critiquing the philosophy of somebody that doesn't actually have any solid philosophy.
Might makes right mentality. While Vaush claims to be a socialist, he avoids ethical arguments for socialism, and now we can see why. The metanormative landscape that Vaush acts out is one of authoritarianism or extremely exploitative capitalism, not socialism. The moral systems that exist in philosophy that are most similar to Vaush's position all seem to support authoritarianism, down to the criticism of philosophy itself.
I have no respect for snobby moral realists.
Socrates and Gorgias warned of the danger posed by rhetoric in the hands of an immoral person. Looking at Vaush's behavior, it's not hard to understand why.
But I would probably argue that was because you have your limited capacities in terms of philosophy. It's probably because you got a sociology degree, right?
What is fascism in abstract? What is abstract fascism in...
That guy talking right now, that's Pisco. I fucking hate Pisco. I watch a lot of lefties. I watch a lot of left-wing people, but a lot of them are just fucking insufferable. Pisco is one of these people. He acts like Rem when it comes to aggressiveness, but unlike Rem, he'll be passive-aggressive. He'll be passive-aggressive to the extent that Rem is aggressive-aggressive. He's a snob about it, too.
Really easy.
It'd be great to get a definition from Vaush. Yeah.
Well, generally, it's considered to be like a an ultra right-wing, ultra nationalistic form of like usually like an ethno-nationalist political identity. I prefer Umberto Eco's 14 points, but it gets like really in the weeds. I don't think that fascism is always super consistent with its definition. Well, the reason that I like Umberto Eco's definition so much, the reason why I simp for it so goddamn hard, is because it's very, very sociological. That's the thing that I like about it. Isn't it too broad though? Serious question, no troll. It's only like too broad if you look at it as like if you trigger like one flag, then you're a fascist, which isn't true. It's like diagnostic criteria for mental disorders. Yes.
The problem with what Vaush just said is that the DSM does have a threshold you need to cross for a diagnosis, so it's not applicable to how Vaush uses Eco's definition. It's very convenient that Eco's definition can't be used to make definitive judgments, but you should at the very least be able to get an idea of how fascist something is by looking at these points. So, how much of a fascist is Vaush?
Math is all power grabs.
Hold on. Where's the first point? Echo 2, the rejection of modernism. The Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, fascism can be defined as irrationalism.
Math is all power grabs.
Unironically?
Wow.
In some cases?
The truth of whether the Holocaust happened? A power grab.
Yes!
Wow. Okay.
Yes!
Well,
Jesus. Echo 4, disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a sign of modernism. Fascism devalues intellectual discourse and critical reasoning as barriers to action, as well as out of fear that such analysis will expose the contradictions embodied in a syncretistic faith. What the fuck does any of this have to do with, like, Nihilism? What the fuck is this shit?
And I'm going to make every conceivable effort to be charitable. The Republican Party is literally mostly voted on by fascists.
Take yes for an answer when somebody agrees with you, dude.
But they don't agree with me. I have never met a Republican who agrees with me on anything. I have never met a self-described conservative who shared a single goal with me. The average Republican would have supported Hitler. 100%. Yeah, that's the easiest call in my life.
Jesus Christ. Appeal to social frustration. One of the most typical features of historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation and frightened by the pressure of other social groups. A frustrated middle class? What is this shit?
I believe that the property rights of the wealthy should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country.
Fascists in America have been trying to destroy this country and turn it into an autocracy, well, more of one, for generations. They aren't a burgeoning movement of youth. They're funded by billionaires. They're funded by bankers.
Oh, oops. Obsession with the plot. Thus, at the root of the fascist psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, possibly an international one. The followers must feel besieged. This fucking definition sucks. I shouldn't be surprised since Vaush likes it so much, but like, what the hell does any of this have to do with a political system? How the hell am I supposed to call anyone... Like, how the hell am I supposed to call any policy a fascist, like a fascist policy, with this prescription mostly talking about the mindset of the followers? This thing is fucking useless. What the hell?
Oil moguls. They're funded by politicians whose dads and their dad's dad.
I mean, it's funny that, like, Doomer is pointing out that under this definition, Vaush is a fascist, but, like, that's funny and everything, but... legitimately, what the hell is the use of this fucking definition? This thing sucks.
Ads were politicians.
The enemy is both strong and weak. By a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. I don't understand. This literally is. I mean, Vaush hit the nail on the head earlier. This is literally like a fucking mental health diagnoses. But like, what use does that have on a political system? Fuck me.
There have literally been studies done on the authoritarian brain. Tend to be lower IQ, more fearful, more impressionable.
We are going to see a resurgence of
Do you think following like a uni-free course online is worth it? I mean, it depends on the course.
global fascism sometime over the next 20 years.
We know what
Selective populism. The people conceived monolithically have a common will, distinct from and superior to the viewpoint of any individual. The leader holds himself out as the interpreter of the popular will. Fascists use this concept to delegitimize the democratic institutions they accuse of no longer representing the people. I feel like that would be a bit more useful in identifying a fascist. Maybe not political party, but might be more useful in identifying like a fascist style of speaking. And then, yeah, it depends on. I mean, if you look at all the MIT free courses online, I mean, do they have like tests on to what you know, or is it just videos that you're watching? If they test to see what you've learned, then I guess they'd be okay. But like, if there's no metric by which you can hold yourself to know if you've actually absorbed the material, I don't think it's worth wasting your time. I'm not sure about the test, but videos for sure, and I could still take notes on everything. I mean, if you think you'll absorb information, then yeah, I mean, you might as well.